Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember McReynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Mongonay.
Here.
Councilmember Schumacher.
Here.
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Halter.
Here.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Here.
7 members present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes. Can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with our special presentations and announcements tonight, starting with Fire Prevention Week recognition. I know we have Fire Marshal Brett Reed here. And so just want to invite you to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Last week, October 5th through the 11th, marked Fire Prevention Week, a nationwide celebration that has been observed since 1922. It commemorates the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, which caused devastating loss of life and property. I'm proud to share that this year we expanded our outreach efforts with presentations for over 200 students at De Anza Middle School and Ventura High School. Additionally, we hosted a fire prevention-focused open house this past Saturday, offering hands-on safety activities and demonstrations, including fire extinguisher use, escape drills, and more. This year's theme was Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in your home. Our goal was to give residents the knowledge and tools on how to safely use, store, and charge these batteries to prevent fires and keep homes safe. Finally, I want to formally acknowledge the city's fire prevention team for their dedicated behind-the-scenes work, from conducting safety inspections and reviewing building plans to educating the public, managing storage of hazardous materials, and ensuring properties are fire safe before an emergency ever happens. Their proactive efforts are a cornerstone of our community safety. Thank you for supporting fire safety in our community, and anyone interested in learning more is urged to visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Awesome. Thank you all for being here. Okay. Moving on to our special presentations. Yesterday, we joined communities across the nation in recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day, honoring the rich history, resilience, and ongoing contributions of Native peoples. Next month, at our November 4th City Council meeting, we will continue this recognition as we observe Indigenous Peoples Month and formally incorporate the city's newly adopted Chumash land acknowledgement. This acknowledgement will also be featured on permanent signage in City Hall, serving as a lasting reminder of our commitment to respect, inclusion, and historical awareness. Our other special presentation is recognizing Filipino American History Month, and I know that our Councilmember Ryan Schumacher will take over that presentation, and I'll make my way to the podium, or you tell me when.
Yes.
Okay. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council and community, for allowing me to have this time to recognize Filipino American History Month. On October 18, 1587, a few miles north of here in what is now Morro Bay, California, the arrival of the first Filipinos landed in North America as both crew and slaves. With the significance of that event, Filipino American History Month is now recognized in October, a month-long celebration honoring the history, culture, heritage, and contributions of Filipino Americans in the United States. It was officially recognized by the U.S. Congress in 2009. Filipinos have been a part of American history for over 400 years. From the first settlers in Morro Bay in 1587 to the farm workers who fought for justice led by Larry Itliong and Cesar Chavez, to the nurses, the teachers, the public servants who strengthen our communities today. Our story is one of resilience, of family, of bayanihan, which means the spirit of coming together to help one another. This year carries a special meaning for me. I stand before you as the first Filipino American elected to this office in 158 years in our city and 152 years in this county. That isn't just a personal milestone, it's a reflection of how far we've come and how much further we can go. While Filipino Americans might not have the big parade for like St. Patrick's Day in recognition of Irish Americans, I'd like to take this moment to recognize 6 Filipino Americans among us that work and or live in Ventura, building bridges across communities and ensuring that representation is not the end, but the beginning. And while I'm recognizing these unsung heroes tonight, I want to honor the countless Filipino Americans throughout this region who continue to sacrifice and diligently work, often unnoticed, to ensure a better quality of life for all. This moment belongs to every Filipino American who has contributed to our neighborhoods, classrooms, hospitals, businesses, and civic life, often without recognition. It belongs to the youth who now see that leadership is possible. It belongs to our elders whose stories carried us here. It belongs to all who believed in a more inclusive future. So now I'm going to introduce each of them, and if I could ask our mayor to go give them their certificate. Thank you, and each of you can give your little jazz hands after each recognition. That would be awesome. So the first one I'd like to recognize is Felicia Dueñas. She is the Dean of Career Education at Ventura College. Felicia was actually the one who launched the college's first Bachelor of Science degree in automotive career education, starting this fall 2025. She expanded educational offerings in the Santa Clara River Valley. She's also founded the Ventura College Foundation's Courage to Dream Award to remove financial barriers for undocumented students. Thank you, Felicia. Stay right there. Yay. And second one is Michelle Sapon. Michelle is a manager at the Ventura Marriott. Filipinos are naturally hospitable, so of course we have one of our own in one of the best hotels in the city. Many of us know Michelle because we've had many of our meetings and events at the Marriott. When she's not helping with our events, she's also helping small businesses who are Filipino-owned and also volunteering at her church. Sabrina Leslie Moore is a resident of Ventura, and she serves currently as a substitute administrator with the Oxnard School District. She has previously consulted with the local nonprofit, the Westside Community Development Corporation, and continues to volunteer in our community. And I don't believe he's here, but Cesar Panol is also a resident of Ventura. He is working right now at City of Santa Barbara. I know that commute very well, so I imagine he's still stuck in Carpinteria in traffic. And then Hara Simpson, she's also not here. She's actually an ER trauma nurse, as you know, many Filipinos are nurses. And she texted me saying that she can't make it today. We're going to excuse her because she's saving lives. But Hara Simpson is in healthcare, and she's also a creator on Instagram. She is not only an ER nurse, she's been recognized in digital media as FeedSpot's one of the top 100 food influencers in the country. You can see her on Instagram, where she is a huge influencer and a content creator, where she did a giant food campaign for Main Street. And then lastly, but certainly not least, Michelle Irabon Sevilla. Michelle is recognized as a marketing director for working in the state government. She's helped with unemployment claims for EDT, helped out with housing resources, saving families from the edge of homelessness. She's led high-profile community events, including the preservation for the Ventura Land Trust for the Ventura Hills Natural Preserve. And every year you can see Michelle helping out to put on the Coastal Cleanup Day held every fall. So I just want to say thank you to all of these wonderful people. If you can all give them a round of applause, that would be amazing.
We do that, or Should we have, actually, we're gonna have them in the middle
Oh.
and you on one
Yeah,
end.
yeah, even
that?
better.
They're the honor.
Yeah,
There we go.
smart.
All right.
Salamat po.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to see you all again, and it's deeply honoring to be before you with this honor, despite my best efforts to give somebody to maybe who is an elder in the community. Councilmember Schumacher seemed really intent to select me. But I do have some prepared remarks in the honor. It's truly heartwarming. And again, my name is Michelle Irabon Sevilla. I was born in the city of Calibo in the province of Aklan, one of 82 provinces in the 7,000 island nation of the Philippines. Again, it's an honor to be here in the city of Ventura on land being tendered and stewarded by the native Chumash people. I am sorry, I'm getting emotional. I'm the eldest daughter of an eldest daughter. From a proud family of public servants composed of school teachers, nurses, medical practitioners, and government workers both here in the US and the Philippines. My family, along with millions of other Filipinos in California, bring warmth of hospitality, weave lifelong bonds with handmade lumpia, exemplify tenacity as one of the most highest demographics we're serving in acute medical centers, and hold diligent eyes and soft hands to guide your loved ones in hospice. Spirited by a sea-hardened Spanish galleon vessels, Filipinos have known this land called California centuries before this nation came to be, as Ryan or Councilmember Schumacher said in 1587. As a reminder, that is 438 years ago. Armed with bayanihan spirit and boundless dreams, and carried by time, Filipino hands have shaped civil and labor rights, lawmaking, farm work, engineering, has served extensively in the military, including the Navy locally, and more. This includes Larry Itliong, as mentioned before, but also Erlinda Espiritu, the first woman to graduate from Harvard Law in 1951. Bayanihan is our core cultural value of being in and for community. It is both a way of life and a beloved tradition where the entire village gathers to literally pick up and move a neighbor's wooden home away from harm. It is movement and success made possible with the support of all around you. Movement is the course of water up a redwood, so thirsty for life. You can hear its drink if you embrace being tender enough to hear it. Droves of monarch butterflies drift thousands of miles, their colors so vivid you call them a kaleidoscope. With the wind at our backs, countless people like my family have followed opportunity. Today, our streets rumble with cold, discriminatory footsteps from shrouded figures, but blessed with short-term memory, forgetting that the living beings with the deepest roots have never cowered to a rumble. We outlast the unwelcome who stand under our shade and dare to judge from below our crown. We will be here longer than the soil remembers them. Isang bagsak, or one fall, means that we all rise when one of us does. Thank you.
Good evening, magandang gabi, maayong gabi. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council, and Council Member Schumacher. I am honored to be recognized this evening. I too was born in the Philippines, born during the Marcos dictatorship and martial law, and lived through the People Power Revolution. I'm fortunate to have a large extended family who is deeply committed to social justice and service to others. My family taught me that standing up for justice isn't optional, it's who we are. I'll never forget my mom and my older sister protesting in front of a tank, or the collective hope and joy when the dictator was ousted. About a year later, we moved to California, and as a middle schooler, all I wanted to do was fit in, so I denied my culture. It wasn't until college that I learned about Filipino-American contributions in this country, and I began to take pride in my culture again. I discovered the injustices our people endured, the remarkable resilience, and reconnected with the Filipino value of kapwa, shared humanity, interconnectedness, and collective responsibility. Kapwa teaches us that the well-being of one is intertwined with the well-being of all. This value has shaped my family's commitment to social justice, and it continues to guide my fight for equity today. Filipino-American History Month matters because representation matters. Too often, we are viewed as outsiders, regardless or if we were born here or how long we've lived in this country. This month reminds us that the opportunities we have today exist because of those who came before us, the activists, the organizers, and everyday people who demanded justice and dignity. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. When we understand history, we better understand the present and how to create a more just reality for disenfranchised communities and future generations. Seeing ourselves in history is critical because we are part of the fabric of this nation. Our diverse experiences and viewpoints make this nation stronger. And frankly, Filipinos, we make it more fun. We love to celebrate. And they remind us that caring for each other is how we build the community we all deserve. We can all contribute no matter our profession. Small acts of kindness matter. We have value, we have cultural wealth, and we have power. And when we embrace that, we honor those who came before us and pave the way for those who will follow. Thank you. Salamat po.
Good evening, everyone. It is truly humbling that I stand here before all of you today to receive this recognition. As a Filipino immigrant, this moment is not only a personal milestone, it is a celebration of the Filipino spirit that lives within all of us. Coming to the United States was not always easy. Like many immigrants, carry with me hopes, dreams, and the desire to build a better life. But what has made this journey truly meaningful is finding a home here in Ventura County. Living here and through my work at the Ventura Beach Marriott has deeply impacted my life. I've met so many amazing Filipino people, discovered wonderful organizations that reflect, and of course, local businesses that reflect the strength and unity of our community. Through them, I've seen our culture as a Filipino continues to thrive. Through our kindness, hard work, and the spirit of bayanihan, it's the value of helping one another. These shared values remind me every day that being a Filipino is not just about where we come from, but how we lift each other up wherever we are. This recognition is not mine alone. It belongs to every Filipino who continues to dream, to persevere, and to share our heritage with pride and love. Maraming salamat po. It means thank you to everyone who supports this group, who supports this county, uplifts and celebrates the Filipino community here in Ventura County and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for sharing a little bit of your background and who you are, and obviously well-deserving of the recognition, so I appreciate you all being here tonight. Moving on with our special presentations, is Kimberly Albers here? We have a County of Ventura presentation on homelessness initiatives. Oh, there you are. Oh, sorry.
Right.
The mic is all yours. Thank you.
We should have a PowerPoint. Let's see. Great. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez Palacios and council members. I am Kimberly Albers, the Homelessness Solutions Director for the County of Ventura, and it's an honor to be here to share about the 2025 Homeless Point in Time Count. The City of Ventura is a trusted partner as we work to end homelessness together. Next slide. The count is conducted as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development within the last 10 days of January each year. So it took us a little time to get here. I can actually announce the 2026 date will be January 28th. And throughout this time, the County Continuum of Care works closely with your city staff, nonprofit partners, and hundreds of community volunteers. We have used the same methodology for a number of years, and this consistency of methodology strengthens our ability to compare data year over year. From 23 to 2025, we see an 18.5% decrease countywide and a decrease in unsheltered homelessness of 22% since 2023. Next slide. The map is shared to represent that homelessness impacts nearly all populated areas of the county. The circles represent the counts in areas as reflected on the legend, the blue and red dots being a single survey, the green dot less than 10 surveys, the yellow dots 10 to 99 surveys, and the orange greater than 100 surveys in that area. Go to the next slide. The city of Ventura has experienced a 19% decrease in its homeless population over the past 2 years, according to the count, dropping from 644 individuals to 522. This really aligns with your major investments in shelter and housing. And so we're just grateful to see both where Oxnard and Ventura have both made those major investments. Those are the communities where we're seeing the progress. Next slide. So this slide, we're going to kind of go to a slide that represents Ventura specific right after this with this exact same information. This slide reflects the age of persons living unsheltered and their living location divided between outdoors and vehicles across the entire county. There's a reduction in transitional age youth, and persons 25 to 54 are noted here in the countywide data. For persons over 55, we're still seeing countywide a fluctuation rather than a downward trend. So we really want to make sure that we're serving our seniors experiencing homelessness moving forward. And then when we look at the pie chart, 68% of persons counted as unsheltered were living in various types of outdoor locations and 32% in vehicles. And the percentage of persons living in vehicles across the county increased by 12% compared to 2024. So really that was one of the only populations where we were seeing that increase, right? Everywhere else we were seeing decreases. So we go to that same data, but just for the city of Ventura, we're looking at those same age breakdowns and living situations. We see progress in 2 of the age groups, including a 46% reduction in individuals living unsheltered between the ages of 25 and 54 over the 2-year period, and a 28% decrease in persons over the age of 55. But we did have the transitional age youth population has nearly doubled in that time frame. So we definitely want to make sure we're getting youth resources here to the city. And then looking at those living situations, you can see that the vehicle population in the city of Ventura is much smaller than in the countywide data. It was 32% in that previous slide, and here in Ventura, 11% of the unsheltered persons that were counted unsheltered were living in vehicles. So, you know, we know it's a county-wide issue, but we know that each city has unique populations and challenges, and so we want to recognize those, not just in our point-in-time count data, but also through our homeless management information system. Go to the next slide. This is just those heat maps again, but wanted to just show you a little bit between 2024 and 2025. It's a little hard, I think, with the smaller screens in this room, but you can see kind of in that kind of mid area where in 2024 you see many more of those yellow heat dots, kind of larger, where there's much more green in that area, kind of on the west side of Ventura, near the river. Or I guess that's not actually, just a little bit less dense populated. So what we're comparing there is in 2024, you had 314 persons living unsheltered, and in 2024, 281. We saw that big decrease in the other data between 2023 and 2024, and we don't have the same heat map, because what I'd really love to show you, right, is that same map between 2023 and 2025, where you had over 100 people different. So we're also together making progress on ending veteran homelessness. If we go to the next slide, across the point-in-time counts between, again, 2023 and 2025, we've seen a 53% decrease in the number of unhoused veterans. And even more exciting than that, I think, is that since we conducted the count in January, we've had over 60 of our unhoused veterans that have now been housed, much because of Ventura Springs, the opening shown there, as well as other projects like Dolores Huerta Gardens and Oxnard and Ormond Beach Villas, and the continuing supply of Veterans Affairs supportive housing vouchers. So we're getting closer to that functional zero for veterans, so very excited about that. We'll go to the next slide. In addition to the actual going out and counting, which we mostly think of when we think of the count, we also do what's called a housing inventory chart that day to really try and understand where every bed that's dedicated to populations experiencing homelessness is in the county. And you can see here where we do that in we have three different categories. So the red line shows the ramp down of Project Roomkey that ended in February of 2025. And the transition of some of the interim hotel rooms into permanent housing. So that red line is starting to go down, which is a little bit of a concern, right? We know that we need those interim beds. But the yellow line represents the ongoing investment in permanent housing, highlighting the new units that have come over the past 3 years. And finally, that blue line tracks rapid rehousing, which provides short and medium-term rental assistance. Rapid rehousing really varies depending on the funding at any given time. So likely over the years, we'll continue to see that variation. We'll go to the next slide. Just wanted to highlight there are way too many. I would have lots of slides if we went over all the city-county partnership projects, but we did want to highlight a couple of the more recent ones, and the large project at Westview Village. You are contracting with the County of Ventura Human Services Agency for proactive outreach engagement. Of course, we continue to do city-county cost sharing at the Art Shelter, and the big project, Valentine Road, that now is in that final phase 2, and hoping to move the rest of those residents in February or March of 2026. And just also wanted to highlight, since I haven't been here before, one of the first things that as I arrived and the community had been working on already was to establish a GIS mapping application and software in order to really understand our encampment populations and how they're changing, how they're moving. And so just wanted to give you a little bit of a sample here. The Ventura County Public Works Agency, along with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Homeless Liaison Unit, is the one so far that have been entering all of the dots that you see on the map. But we now will be offering that to other law enforcement so that we can get a better idea of what's going on in the cities. But the Public Works Agency had resolved 350 encampments in 2024, and we'll have some great data for 2025 to share soon. We also, the county is, the board is getting ready to consider an ordinance to protect agricultural areas from encampments. And so we're hoping that the cities will also consider that and replicate that ordinance as it comes through. And then also just wanted to again highlight the collaboration with law enforcement entities and Backpack Medicine throughout the county for outreach. I know they are working with BPD. And then just congratulations, even though it's been a minute now, on the state encampment resolution funding, which now has been awarded to 6 cities across the county, totaling over $41 million. And I'm just excited to see those projects coming to fruition in Ventura. So that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for questions and would love to come back any time to talk more about the Homelessness Action Plan too.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alvers. Appreciate it. Any questions? No? Good job. Thank you. Okay, moving on our agenda, we have closed session report. Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, the council took up all 3 items on the council's closed session agenda. There's no reportable action.
Thank you. On to City Council communications. Anyone have council communications? Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you to our police department as well as our fire department. A week ago, somebody tried to start a fire and burn down our office building. We had one of our volunteers call me. She said, I called the fire department. They were out there immediately, put out the fire. It was small. And then they said, please call the police department, and, it's been reported. So I called the police department. They took down the information. They asked if we had footage. We saw it. We saw that the gentleman stop right in front of our office and put down a bunch of paper bag and light it on fire and then drive off. We gave that to the police. We downloaded, the police officer was out there. We downloaded the information. They contacted Downtown Ventura Partners. They identified the person. By 11:30, that person was in custody. And I just think they did an amazing job. Our fire department and our police department deserve a big round of applause. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So really quick, I don't want to forget that yesterday was Councilmember Duran's birthday, so just wanted to make sure we all wish. I think he's bringing us cake later, but you're welcome. You want to tell us how many, or? Medicare. This Thursday is the East Ventura Community Council is meeting at 7 o'clock at Temple Beth Torah at 7620 Foothill Road. So I just wanted to invite everybody to the East Ventura Community Council. It's kind of a rebuilding period for us, but the meeting will be this Thursday at 7 p.m. at Temple Beth Torah. Unfortunately, I will not be in attendance. I will be at the Ventura Council of Governments annual dinner. I invite any of my colleagues to join me, but I will be at that dinner on Thursday night. And then I want to thank the fire chief and the fire marshal for the fire prevention open house. I managed to stop by. Then I beelined it over to the Main Street Visioning Plan, and then I stopped at the Monarch Butterfly Day. So I had a really good time doing all of that now. And I don't know why Councilmember Schumacher, I guess he left, but this Sunday is Filipino American Festival at the museum. So I'll be there having some lumpia, and hopefully the rest of you will be there also. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things. First off, some business, and that's the Ventura Regional Sanitation District is having its meeting this Thursday at 8:30 a.m. over at the Gonzalez facility in Oxnard. Clearpoint Neighborhood Council is having their afternoon neighborhood picnic from 1 to 3 p.m. on Saturday. And then there's a Firewise meeting being held by the neighbors in Villa Ondalando and Colina Vista area. And that's going to be at Church of Foothills. I believe it's 6 p.m. that evening, but don't look it up. But it is going to happen on, let's see, it's the 22nd. the night of the 22nd. And I wanted to mention that given the great presentations that we started this evening off with, it reminds me again, one of the reasons why I'm so proud to be a Californian and seeing all the diversity that exists in our neighborhoods and has been so instrumental in creating the quality of life that we all have here today with the uniqueness that each one of us possesses. I wanted to mention that there's still a lot of room for us to grow and to improve in the acceptance and the appreciation of all the diversity that exists amongst us. And one of the things that you hear about, you wonder, well, why did we do this? It's a National Coming Out Day, and that was just a few days ago. I wanted to mention that because while we've come a long ways that I've seen in my lifetime to recognize the diversity and the people who may happen to love people of the same sex and people of the LGBTQ community. There's still places today in this country where it's unsafe to be who we are. There's still places, countries in this world where we could be jailed or killed for being who we are. Yet each one of us, in my eyes, are God's children, and we're all created uniquely, and we have a unique traits, gifts to present to the world and to show and to enjoy the basic essence of being human. We have so much more in common than we have differences. And so the more we hear and see people that come from different backgrounds, and LGBTQ people used to be that silent minority, because you didn't know who they were. They crossed all boundaries. So National Coming Out was all about giving people the courage to know you're accepted here, you're appreciated here. And we want you to have a full and fulfilling life, and sharing that with your friends and family who continues to be part of their lives throughout their troubles and trials and tribulations. So I want to mention that it's really important that we recognize how much more we have in common than we have differences, and how we all simply want the opportunity to spend the limited time we have on this planet being the best person we could possibly be, and making sure we leave this world better off because we're allowed to be who we are. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Campos?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to thank everybody in the community who's been coming down to Main Street and enjoying the community building going on there. And as we're getting darker earlier, ask everyone to drive carefully. I've seen some near misses in the city lately. People maybe in a hurry to get home, or maybe someone on a bicycle runs in front of you and you hit your brakes hard and slide. But let's be real aware of the surroundings around ourselves as the sun goes earlier. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just have some announcements or updates. Last week, from the 8th through the 10th, I attended the California League of Cities annual conference in Long Beach, along with Councilmember Campos and several of our staff members. And it was I felt like I was there to cheer on and support our staff, because we had several staff members who were actually part of the workshops and were panelists on the workshops, giving their expertise. Specifically, we had Emergency Services Manager Mac Douglas, who co-presented on coordinating emergency response, who does what and how to prepare. And also we had, where's her name? Logan, yes, Logan. And again, just really just encouraged to see that our staff was there to give their expertise, Lolan Babcock. So thanks for doing that for our city. Additionally, I wanted to congratulate once again our city attorney, who was appointed to be second vice president of the city attorney's department for the League of Cities as well. So thanks for stepping up and filling that role. And then additionally, during the conference, but in a separate event, I joined Principal Civil Engineer Mac Mackler at a nearby venue to accept the Legacy Award from the American Shore and Beach Preservation Association. And I have the award here. I want to make sure that people can see it. Really cool national recognition that we received, and I'll share it with you all as well, for the Surfers Point project. And again, thank you to everyone who was part of that project. It is a prestigious award that's only been given 20 times in the ASBPA's 100-year history. So feel very, very special about that. And then I wanted to recognize our Assistant City Clerk, Derek Reiser, as well, on completing and receiving his Certified Municipal Clerk designation. So good job on that. That's also a big undertaking, and I appreciate with everything else that they do here, that they're still personally going for those personal goals. So thank you so much. And then I read an email about all that's happening in our accounts payable department, and just wanted to congratulate and welcome Carmen Garcia, who's the new accounts payable accountant too, in that division, as well as congratulate Yahaira Martinez, who was recently promoted to accounting assistant position. And then finally, congratulate Jason Williams, who was recently designated as the accounts payable supervisor. So our staff is doing a lot of great work. Just wanted to recognize it. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication to the city of Ventura. And those are my comments. Mr. City Manager, on to you now.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to point out our Ventura Aquatic Center is 20 years old. On Saturday, October 25th, from 1 to 4 p.m. At its location, which is in Community Park, 901 South Kimball Road. There will be free open swim, arts and crafts, a pumpkin plunge, giveaways, and much more. You can find out more details and reserve your spot on our city website. Telegraph Road construction reminder. Just a reminder to folks that our sidewalk and road improvements continue on Telegraph Road between Hill Road and Ashwood. We can all expect traffic and delays through early 2026. An interactive map with active work areas is available on our website. We are looking for members of our Design Review Committee and Water Commission. The application deadlines for both have been extended to Friday, October 24th at 5 p.m. These volunteer advisory groups provide critical input on urban design and development and water resource planning. The Design Review Committee residents must be living within the city and from the development community with knowledge of urban design and the ability to interpret development plans. For the Water Commission, qualified candidates must reside within the Ventura Water's service area and demonstrate knowledge or interest in water-related fields. City residency is not required. All details and applications are available on the city's website. Our Ventura Fire Department is 150 years old this year. 2025 marks their 150th anniversary. They are the oldest fire department in Ventura County and the fourth oldest in the state of California. And from its start in 1875 with 53 volunteers to the professional team of more than 100 full-time employees we have today, our fire department's history reflects Ventura's growth. And to honor this incredible milestone, firefighters have begun wearing a redesigned commemorative badge, celebrating the generations of service to this community. Finally, 2 hours of free parking downtown can be yours. To the first 500 users, our parking system is being updated with a simpler layout, clear signage, and easier payment options. Log into the Park Mobile application. And again, the first 500 users will enjoy 2 free hours of parking downtown. Next meetings of the City Council will be on October 21st, followed by November 4th. And that concludes my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now reached the public communications portion of our meeting, and this is where members of the public may speak on any city-related topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda. And under the Brown Act, the City Council cannot discuss, deliberate, or take action on any items raised during this public communications portion. And as a reminder, just to make sure that we are being inclusive and respectful, you're welcome to use the American Sign Language for applause by raising your hands and gently twisting your wrists. The initial public communications period is limited to the first 20 speakers, with priority given to those who are here in person. If you wish to speak, please sign up now. either with the clerk or by using the raised hand feature if you are joining us remotely. This ensures that we have an accurate count of speakers. And at this time, I will look to our city clerk to see how many public speakers we have.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker for general public comment.
Okay.
Bert Handy. Bert, you'll have 3 minutes. He has his slides too. And Bert, if you don't mind, just give us 1 second. We'll get your presentation up on the screen as well.
Thank you, sir.
Bert, I'll have the timer over here.
Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and public, will the City Council approve a project which sends available fresh water out to sea? The graph depicts 10 miles of aquifers off the coast. These aquifers appear to hold large quantities of fresh, unused water. Next slide, please. This chart is showing projected water years 2022 through 2096. It shows the water flow within the Mound Basin, which underlies Ventura from the pier to Wells Road. The black line in the middle of the graph splits the projected area inflow and outflow into the Mound Basin. Below the black line, the gray area depicts approximately 8,000 acre feet. The gray bars down there project about 8,000 acre feet of water that's pumped out of the Mound Basin. The red area is approximately 5,000 acre feet of outflow across the coastline into the aquifers off the coast. Ventura stated in the 2021 that they would pump 4,000 acre feet of water each year out of the Mound Basin. Ventura is saying in 2031 that VW Ventura Water Pure will replace the Mound and part of the Casitas Water District. On the second page of the handout there, if you take a look at it, you can see the arrows there that actually depict the areas, and it shows that the Mound Basin is completely eliminated from usage, and also the Casitas Water District is reduced. This indicates Ventura Water Pure will replace 4,000 acre feet of water from the Mound Basin, pushing approximately 9,000 acre feet of available water out to sea. The ratepayers will have to supply replaced by VWP water at a very high price. Why? I request that the council address this issue and see what can be done to resolve it. Thank you.
That concludes general public comment.
Thank you for that. Moving on to consent items, and I will have to recuse myself from item number 3 if it gets pulled because of my employment with the county. So just wanted to put that out there now. But we have 5 consent items, and if there are any questions, comments, no votes, or requests to pull, Councilmember Mangonay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 1 for questions, comments, and a vote separately, please.
Okay. Councilmember McReynolds?
Yeah, I know I'd sent an email in about item 3. I do feel like the presentation by the county did cover a lot of the questions that I had in terms of the point-in-time count. You know, just in general, as homelessness is one of the 5 strategic priorities for the council. You know, in general, if we're having anything to do with that, I would like it to be a formal presentation. But I think at this time the county did cover
Okay.
the majority of my questions.
So you won't be pulling that
No, I will
anymore?
not.
Thank you. Anybody else? No?
Madam Mayor, on agenda item number 2, the foul weather shelter contract, I will be recusing myself due to a conflict of interest as I'm employed by the River Community Church, the proposed contractor.
Okay.
And I would ask that my recusal from this agenda item be noted in the minutes for the consent calendar votes.
Likewise, okay. So if there aren't any questions or comments outside of 1, we'll go ahead and handle 1. Councilmember Mangonay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have, if I could get staff, I just would like staff to provide some insight as to what the discussion was like during the 9:25 and 10, I believe it was 10:1 meet and confer meetings. If you could give us just some kind of perspective on what happened, what specific questions were asked, or what, just kind of in general, what the negotiations were like.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Miles Hogan, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Pursuant to City Council's direction, staff, myself, Gina Dorrington, the Ventura Water General Manager, and Linda Sumansky, the Ventura Water Pure Program Director, had 2 sessions with representatives from Wichita and Heal the Bay. In the first session, pursuant to City Council's direction, we identified the increased costs from the Ventura Water Pure program and rates overall, and what the proposed water and wastewater increases were expected to be. That'll be an item that's later on in the agenda this evening, and discussed that City Council desired to exercise the meet and confer provision under the consent decree, requesting if the city could be relieved from any of the requirements of the consent decree, given these increased costs and the associated impacts to water and wastewater customers. So that was the first session. They requested additional materials, staff reports and previous information that discuss the status of the projects and the rate process to date, which staff provided to them. And then at the second session, they had conferred with their organizations and reported back that they were unwilling, both organizations are unwilling to relieve the city of any of its obligations under the consent decree, both to meet the diversion requirement and also the beneficial reuse requirement. And I can go into more detail about those if you would like. They did express sympathy for the city's ratepayers, given these the impacts, projected impacts to rates. But given how long the city has been working on this and the timeline, they were unwilling to waive any of those core requirements.
And what was kind of, just to give me some perspective, I mean, council directed you to meet and confer specifically due to the financial infeasibility component of the consent decree. So was there any kind of, what was, I guess I'm focusing specifically on that. Can you talk a little bit more about the discussions that were had with them about that?
Yes. So both the city and the organizations have known, at least since 2019, if not since 2017, that the project costs have exceeded the net investment cap identified in the consent decree. But the city and previous city councils at that time still decided to move forward with the Ventura Water Pure program as the most cost-effective alternative and environmentally preferred alternative to meet the requirements of not only the consent decree, but also applicable state and federal laws. And those requirements are imposed on the city, not just in the consent decree, but also in its discharge permit that it needs for operating the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any, Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 follow-up questions. Was the Wichita and Heal the Bay, did they have legal counsel in attendance also, or?
They did not. They opted not to have them present during those meetings.
Okay. And then my last question is, did they provide any written communication in terms of their sympathetic to the ratepayers?
Both organizations submitted written public comment letters that are included in the supplemental packet
But
for this
nothing
evening.
in regards to directly to the consent.
I think they referenced that in their letters, but they referred to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions from council on this item, I'll go ahead and recognize public comment.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
There
you.
are 3 speakers on item number 1. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Bert Handy's our first speaker. Bert, you've been seated time by Patty Overly. You'll have 6 minutes, followed by Tevin Schmidt and George Amendola. And Bert, I'll have the timer over here again since we have a presentation up.
Good evening, Council. As you can see on the slide, that's a shot of what Ventura Water gave me in regards to the costs. The costs, as you can see, for Ventura Water Pure are only for Phase 1A, not Phase 1B, which is another $95 million. And you can see the percentages of increases there. Would the Ventura City Council direct the city attorney to take this action back in front of the courts? That is the question that I have. The consent decree has 3 important requirements. To remove the discharge out of the estuary, which is not a benefit to the estuary. Currently, they are going to put 1.9 million gallons into the estuary to see if any of that water is required to stay in the estuary to keep it healthy. Currently on the Ventura River, the Ojai Sanitation District puts their treated tertiary water into the river, and they're not allowed to take it out because it's beneficial to the fish. Number 2, to reduce the nitrate levels to 4 parts per million. Number 3, the effluent removed from the discharge must be used in a beneficial way. The original plan was to use a treatment wetlands to reduce the nitrates. Ventura Water decided that the MBR, membrane bioreactor project, could do the same job, so it replaced the treatment wetlands. In 2017 meeting, the agreement was made to use either indirect or direct potable reuse. The expert panel made its recommendation to Ventura Water with the method of potable reuse as a beneficial use path. Since that time, Ventura Water has evaluated other potential methods of beneficial use, not using a 30 or 40-year time span to evaluate the most cost-effective route. Why not? They are only evaluating the cost of construction. They're not evaluating long-term costs. So if you take a project that is actually doing other things like setting it to the spreading grounds, that is an area that is not considered because you could reduce your manpower by about 20 people by not doing the Water Pure project, and your long-term cost of a pipe is only a one-time cost, not a yearly cost, and it's not going to increase every year with the employees. As a method of beneficial use, one of the prior city councils chose indirect potable reuse. This slide depicts all the costs of the project using only Phase 1A. The questions are, has Ventura Water given you a cost analysis? I haven't seen it. Why not? I know you have been asking for it for a long time. How long will it be before they give you any other information on the total cost of this project in a long-term cost over 30 years? Not just what it costs to install it. That's not a fair evaluation for you to see what's going on. Will the City Council allow the project to continue without this vital information? With this project, while this project costs escalating to over $1.4 billion for the project, will the Council direct the City Attorney to take this case to full process for an unbiased evaluation? I hope so. I want a public hearing on this issue. I believe the citizens of Ventura require it and I would request that it happen because that's something that we should be able to hear as to why we're doing what we're doing. The long-term costs. Another thing that happens is when Ventura Water injects this water into the ground, there is a new thing called manganese. All the groundwater currently is excessive on groundwater, on manganese. It's going to have to be treated. So what that means is the water that's injected into the ground, once it's injected in, it's going to have to be retreated when it comes back out. That's twice the cost of treating that water. That is unreasonable. And that's something that the State Water Board in their last meeting discussed, and it's going to be coming in the very near future. They're going to run it down to 0.05 parts per million. Currently, some of our water has 8 parts per million, so it's quite high. I believe that this should have some kind of a public hearing to discuss all these issues. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tevin Schmidt. Tevin, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tevin Schmidt, and I am the watershed scientist for the Wish-Toyo Foundation and its Ventura Coastkeeper program. I am here to speak on behalf of Wish-Toyo to support the Ventura Water Pure project and remind City Council of the city's legal obligations to implement the project. The Ventura Water Pure project is a win-win for the environment and for sustainable development of the city. The project will restore ecological functions to the Santa Clara River estuary while providing a safe and sustainable water supply for the city. Wish-Toyo is aware of the City Council and community's concern over increased costs to ratepayers, and we do sympathize. However, the Ventura Water Pure project is the city's only option to come into compliance with the Consent Decree, the Clean Water Act, Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act, federal and California Endangered Species Acts, and California's Recycled Water Policy, while addressing the need to reduce groundwater overdraft in the 3 basins upon which the city relies. Local water supply in Ventura County stands on the edge of a knife. The Oxnard groundwater basin has been and will continue to be in a state of critical overdraft, with seawater intrusion worsening every day. The city's own 2025 Comprehensive Water Resources Report says that the city of Ventura's Oxnard groundwater basin allocation will decrease by 44% by the year 2040. The city must make up for shifting water allocations and the unreasonable nature unreliable nature of river diversions in a drought-prone region that relies on local water supply. The city has already spent $113.6 million on Ventura Water Pure to fund feasibility studies, pre-construction monitoring, CEQA environmental review, permitting for this project, and has already broken ground on projects tied to Ventura Water Pure. If the city were to abandon the project, all federal grants awarded to Ventura Water Pure would have to be repaid, and the federal government may revoke future funding for city projects. If the council wants to see sustainable growth in Ventura, it needs to guarantee a sustainable water supply that is not tied to the ever-growing uncertainty of the region's groundwater resources. Housing and commercial developers may not like the rate hikes, but it sure beats a moratorium on development of the city does not have a sufficient water supply. We urge City Council to take this seriously. We understand that Ventura Water Pure project is expensive, but as we detailed in our written comment letter, this is the city's only viable option to come into compliance with environmental regulations and provide a sustainable supply of water. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker is George Amendola. George, you've been seated time. You'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Council. It's no surprise to hear that the environmental terrorists support that project. And in previous conversations, you've heard from Wish-Toyo that they intended to sue the city if we did not move forward with this project. You may recall that. Most of that had taken place virtually. So what you just heard tonight isn't a report, it's an admission of failure. And I didn't hear that this city had legal representation other than Miles Hogan. So all we get is a very minimized report of what took place. If you find that satisfactory, you may stand alone with that, because I certainly don't. For 13 years, staff has known this consent decree is coming. 13 years, and after all that time, the big accomplishments are they said no. There's no relief, there's no delay, there's no cost sharing, and we have no leverage. How does that sit with you? You got boxed in. I don't necessarily consider this your fault. You inherited this problem from previous councils, from poor leadership, from poor decision-making previously. Here's what staff is failing to do. They failed to develop any serious alternative compliance strategy to protect ratepayers. They did the project they wanted to do. They didn't officially bid any alternatives. They did everything informally. That was confirmed when you decided to ask for the consent decree and direct staff to go back, because everything had been done informally. They sidestepped the formal processes, and they did that with RFQs. They didn't call for RFQs. They failed to use any legal tools available under Rule 60B5 to challenge the outdated and inequitable terms. The federal court may give some relief. There are alternatives. You were not being presented with those alternatives by your legal team. They're just saying, hey, roll over, take it. They failed to bring this council any options when costs ballooned to $1.4 billion. And they failed to fight. They simply accepted Wishtoyo's terms as inevitable. Federal law explicitly allows modification of consent decrees when enforcement becomes inequitable. The Supreme Court has been crystal clear in other cases. When conditions change, courts can and do modify decrees. Yet staff never brought this forward. They treated this 2012 consent decree as if it were etched in stone, when in fact it is legally challengeable. Staff did all the bidding components informally. They didn't give you alternatives. They did everything informally. They even withheld from you the fact that they could seek a meet and confer. They didn't tell you that. You had to drag it out of them. What else aren't they telling you? What's worse is they've now placed this council and every Ventura ratepayer in a financial chokehold with no contingency plan, no real fiscal analysis, and no off-ramp. The failure tonight isn't just that Wishtoyo and Heal the Bay refused to negotiate, it's that our own staff never gave us a fight. They never gave us a fighting chance. Council, the responsibility now falls on you. You can either follow staff into the fiscal wreckage they've paved, or you can direct the city attorney to litigate. File under Rule 60B5 and fight to protect Ventura's residents. This is not radical, this is survival. Stop surrendering and start leading. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Annalisa Moe. Give me 1 second, Annalisa, and you'll be able to unmute yourself. Okay, Annalisa, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead. 1 second, apologies. Okay, go for it. Apologies one more time. Try now. We're having a hard time hearing you. Okay, try now. 1 second. Annalise, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to the next speaker. Just give me 1 second, and I'll come back to you. Just having a little technical difficulty. Okay. Let's try the next speaker with the phone number ending in 6400. Phone number ending 6400.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening. I was so grateful when I heard council set a meet and confer, and it's the first step in taking the consent decree back to court, which I think is a necessary thing to do for the residents and city of Ventura. According to the consent decree, if this project is financially infeasible, we do not have to move forward. That is on page 6 of the consent decree. On page 7, the deadline was originally set for December 31st, 2025. As we all know, we requested an extension on that. The rate cap, according to page 9, was set at 3% maximum per year in any year during the time schedule. Implementation of construction restraint includes financial infeasibility on pages 10 and 11. The definition of financial infeasibility is worth a read. It's on page 14. The net investment cap was set at $65 million. That's on page 17. Meet and confer obligations start on page 29. Right to confer, page 37. Moving forward with this is financially disastrous for the residents of Ventura, and I highly recommend you move forward with new counsel and have somebody else read this only 71-page document, which includes signatures on it. I'm just giving you some highlights for easy reference, and I really hope that you will not accept Miles Hogan's recommendation to move forward. I hope that you will listen to the residents of Ventura and stop this madness. Thank you.
Next speaker is Annalisa Moe. Annalisa, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you so much. Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for the option to call in and participate remotely. My name is Annalisa Moe, and I'm the Associate Director of Science and Policy at Heal the Bay. We are a nonprofit organization with 40 years of experience working to make the coastal waters of Greater Los Angeles area safe, healthy, and clean, including neighboring areas. Heal the Bay is a partner under the consent decree that governs wastewater discharges from the Ventura Water Reclamation Facility, and we have worked alongside the city and the Wisteria Shumatch Foundation for more than a decade to reduce the harmful impacts of discharge to the Santa Clara River estuary and to advance the Ventura Water Cure project. After our most recent meeting under the consent decree, we want to emphasize that the city must move forward with a project that fulfills its legal and environmental obligations. Continuing to discharge treated wastewater to the ocean as an alternative to the estuary is not an acceptable or compliant alternative. State and federal laws, including California Clean Water Act or the Puerto Colón Water Quality Act, as well as California's prohibitions on waste and unreasonable use of water, require that the city recycle this water. Heal the Bay's past support for the ocean outfall and the coastal development permit was based on the city's commitment to complete Ventura Water Cure and use the outfall only for brine disposal and temporary wet weather events, not for permanent discharge. And if the city does back away from those commitments, we will need to reconsider our support for both the coastal development permit and the city's ocean discharge permit, which will be up for review at the regional board this winter. And considering multiple presentations at recent city council meetings, investing in Ventura Water Cure is the most cost-effective option to both meet the legal requirements while also creating a sustainable local water supply for Ventura's future. And delaying will only make compliance with state and federal law harder and more expensive later on as infrastructure ages and costs rise. The consent decree remains fully enforceable. Heal the Bay has been open to minor adjustments in the timeline based entirely on good faith efforts from your staff to minimize impacts and maximize benefits, but that flexibility does have limits. Ventura Water Cure is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to protect endangered species, restore critical habitat, and secure a resilient water future for Ventura. So we urge you to move forward tonight and approve all necessary next steps to keep this multi-benefit project on schedule. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership. I will stay online, so if you have any follow-up questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Back to council deliberations for item number 1 under consent item. Any, Councilmember Mangone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. So my concern is accepting the results of this meet and confer. The council, we're making the determination that the results are acceptable. And to me, it's not acceptable, the results. And that's not, I'm not being hard on staff. They did what we tasked them to do, but nevertheless. And accepting the results of the meet and confer, it's conceding the argument that the water infrastructure projects are financially infeasible when staff and the council, we've all determined that they're not. So And as for voting on this item separately, I think that's important for the ratepayer, because I think the ratepayers need to know, and the council needs to specify through each one of our votes whether or not they think that we're satisfied with the results of what we've tasked staff to do. So I will not support accepting the results of the meet and confer.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question, if I may, to our city attorney. One of the speakers brought up a federal rule 60B5, which I think is about overturning consent decrees. Could you explain to us what that would mean in this process?
Councilmember Campos, I don't have the rule and subdivision specifically in front of me, but there are procedures to seek reconsideration of orders of courts. In the general sense, the consent decree was on a case that was hotly litigated. It's a very detailed settlement agreement, and usually when the parties have a very detailed settlement agreement, there's usually procedures that might even add on or supersede whatever federal rules might exist. In addition to being a settlement agreement, it was approved by a U.S. district judge, federal judge. So we'd have to review what all that would mean. And I think the other thing is that notwithstanding that costs have increased from when the consent decree was approved, and we do have the ability to meet and confer, which is what we did, one of the other issues is that even if the costs are increasing, we still have obligations with respect to what the consent decree imposes, in addition to water and wastewater regulations that have come in since 2012. So there's a number of things that are causing the costs to have that effect, and the bottom line is that the counterparties can receive the meet and confer in terms of, we can schedule it, we can have it. They're not compelled to accede to it, and at some level we'd have to think about what it would get us even outside of the consent decree, because water quality standards, water standards have changed since 2012, and so we'd have to look at what we'd even be getting since then, since the rules have changed. The last point I would make is this is just an information item to receive and file, so just to clarify Councilmember Mangonet's comment about this is an accepting. It's not accepting, it's merely just an information item that the council's receiving information. So just to be clear, the council is not required to place any weight, approve, or anything like that with what staff did. Staff merely is saying it held meet and confer, and the council has received that. So it's merely just an information agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, because that was one of my questions after hearing Councilmember Mangonet's comment. So I just want to make sure. So we're not, this isn't to approve or disprove anything related to this particular case.
That's correct, Mayor. This is
receiving
merely just
information.
for staff to share that this process has occurred.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just ask, I understand this is a difficult topic on it, and it is contentious. I want to thank Miles Hogan for his time. He did his staff. He was directed by the city council to the city attorney from the city attorney to him to have that meeting. So Mr. Hogan is a fine attorney, and I thank him for his fine representation of the city of Ventura. And it by no means is his success or failure in any item a reflection of that. And so he did as directed. And I would just, if you want to direct comments to council, please do that. But Mr. Hogan did a fine job. So thank you.
I agree. Thanks for saying that. Councilmember Mangonet?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess I could direct my follow-up to the city attorney. So could we not choose to make a motion to accept the results of this report, or is that not possible?
This is just an information item, so there's no action requested of council. If the council, I guess depending on the motion, Councilmember Mangonay, I guess, if ultimately it's sort of receive and file with essentially a comment from the council, that would be fine enough. But the bottom line is there's no action that's requested out of this agenda item.
Okay.
Councilmember Duran?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Attorney, so what if we wanted to challenge this? I mean, it sounds like there's some concerns, and obviously concerns from the community, and what if we wanted to challenge this legally? I mean, obviously we can't do it right now because it's just receive and file. So what would be the next step if there wanted to be a challenge on this?
Well, Councilmember Duran, we definitely would want to talk about it in closed session. There's a number of procedures that the consent decree does set forth for what we would do. And so I guess I can answer it a little more in detail. Could ask Mr. Hogan to come up if you were looking for a little more detail on sort of what the consent decree calls for to revisit some of this.
Well, I think we heard, and some of us know what it calls, but I know we can't make that motion right now, so you're saying that we need to go in closed session and talk about this if we want to move forward with something like this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Nope. Okay, otherwise, and we've heard from public comment, so I will need a motion for item number 1 to either accept or not accept.
So moved.
To accept?
Yep.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
We vote on the consent already?
No, this is just the
Oh,
first
okay.
item,
Okay.
and then
Sorry,
we'll vote.
I got-
Yeah.
I got lost.
I am sorry. Yeah, this is still the first item under consent. So we have a motion and a second.
Okay, on the motion to approve the staff recommendation for item 1, Councilmember Duran,
Receive and file, yes.
Councilmember McReynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonay,
Receive and file, yes.
Councilmember Schumacher,
Yes.
Councilmember Campos,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter,
Yes.
Mayor Dr.
Yes.
Sanchez Palacios,
Yes,
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
thank you. And now for the rest of the consent items, item 2, Councilmember Duran will be recusing himself. Item 3, I will be recusing myself because of my employment with the county. And items 4 and 5.
I move to approve the consent items.
Second.
And Mayor, there is no public comment on those consent items.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendations on items 2, 4, and 5. Councilmember Duran,
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mangonay,
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher,
Yes.
Councilmember Campos,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter,
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Yes,
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
thank you. Moving on to item number 6, our public hearing items. Number 6 is the amendment to the local coastal program implementation plan to reflect municipal code chapter 24.445 of affordable housing regulations. And we have a staff presentation. But before we begin with staff presentation, I just need to confirm that all notice and requirements have been met.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Thank you. And so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and go ahead and turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Good evening, City Council. Maruha Clancy with the Community Development Department, here to do more of an administrative request, a formality, if you will, pursuant to the California Coastal Commission for a local coastal program amendment initiation via public hearing to officially certify our affordable housing regulations within the coastal zone. So you may recall back in June of this year, you approved an ordinance update to consolidate some portions of our code into an easy-to-find location for all of our affordable housing regulations, as well as updating pursuant to state density law, which is a requirement pursuant to Program 27 of our housing element. So state density bonus law and inclusionary housing affect the zoning code. and therefore a triggering of staff to initiate a local coastal program amendment to officially certify this in the coastal zone. The California Coastal Commission requires LCPAs to be authorized by council via a public hearing, and that is why we're here tonight to bring forth this item to seek your authorization to initiate this process. So our recommendation before you is that you authorize staff to initiate a local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission to certify Chapter 24.455, the city's affordable housing regulations. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Council, any questions or introductory remarks? Otherwise, I'll go ahead to public comment if we have any.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no public comment on item 6.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll bring it back to council for final questions. And if no questions, then I'll have to close the public hearing. No questions? Yes? Sure. Deputy Mayor?
Just to be clear, is that this is basically extending our city's affordable housing policies into the coastal zone?
In an official, formal way, yes. State law allows us to require these in the coastal zone throughout our city, but we have regular meetings with our coastal commission, and we wanted to do a de minimis exercise to certify this, but they require a more formal public hearing initiation process that is subsequent to the approval.
Great, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation, and a motion is required for this item.
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, with a motion and a second, can we get roll call, please?
On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to our formal item number 7, the 2025 Water and Wastewater Rate Study. Receive proposed water, wastewater, and water shortage surcharge rates for fiscal years ending 2027 through 2031, and resolution to authorize Prop 218 noticing. We have a staff presentation, and I will turn it over to staff whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios, Deputy Mayor Halter, and City Council members in the City of Ventura. I am Gina Dorrington, Ventura Water General Manager, and with me this evening is Miles Hogan, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, and Kevin Kostick, our Senior Manager with Raftelis Consulting. And we are here this evening to present to you the final water, wastewater, and water shortage rates for the cycle covering fiscal years 2027 to 2031. And for the recommendation for you, the City Council, to authorize the Proposition 218 noticing process. This evening, we're going to cover why rate adjustments are needed now and what the rates fund, what the rate study process is, review key policy decisions that we've made throughout the year to inform this rate study, and take a look at what the customer bill impacts are. And then we will discuss the next steps and recommendations. The City Council is not adopting rates this evening. We are only considering authorizing the noticing period for Proposition 218 compliance. So as the city's water and wastewater utility, we have a top priority and obligation to provide safe, reliable drinking water for Ventura's customers for now and into the future. We have to make sure we meet compliance with state and federal regulations and be prepared to instantly respond to emergencies. Water and wastewater rates go to support over 121 certified and experienced professionals to maintain over 600 miles of water and sewer pipeline, 4 treatment facilities, and serve over 113,000 people. We know this is not an easy thing to go through, and we know the challenges that it is to hear that rates need to be increased. But with increasing cost pressures associated with regulatory, environmental, and legal requirements, and the need to replace and upgrade an aging infrastructure, we need to invest now. Ventura Water has seen increasing costs as every industry has seen. and we need to be able to pay for the items that keep our systems operable. The cost to sustain our water supply needs are increasing as well. Our city is dependent solely on local water supplies, and all of these supplies are susceptible to climate impacts. We saw in the last drought cycle that our Lake Casitas Reservoir went to record lows. The Ventura River is subject to legal and environmental challenges that restrict when we can utilize it. And our groundwater basins are under regulation of the Sustainable Groundwater Act, threatening reduction in our groundwater allocation. The good news is that Ventura has been moving forward with critical infrastructure projects to ensure wastewater and water services remain in compliance and reliable now and into the future. The rate increases proposed this evening go to fund the upgrade of our aging wastewater treatment plant to our membrane bioreactor, the east to west water line connection that will help move our water supplies more efficiently throughout the city, the state water interconnection that will bring the city's state water supply to improve water quality and diversify our water portfolio, and the Ventura Water Pure program that will solve the city's regulatory challenge on wastewater discharge and provide a new drought-resilient water supply for the city. As you will hear from our Senior Assistant City Attorney, Ventura's water and wastewater rates must go to performing water and wastewater services. There is no profit, and every ratepayer dollar is reinvested into the water and wastewater systems. So now I'm going to hand it over to our Senior Assistant City Attorney, Miles Hogan, and he's going to discuss to us the legal rate process.
Good evening again. So Proposition 218 has both procedural and substantive requirements. This is a provision adopted by the voters in the California Constitution. So for the procedural requirements, the city must identify the parcels subject to the charge and calculate the amount of the charge to be imposed on those parcels. The city must provide written notice to all record owners of parcels upon which the charge will be imposed. And the city, we provide notice both to the owners and to the water and wastewater customers. The amount, the basis upon which the amount is calculated, the reason for the charge, and the date, time, and location of the public hearing on the charge. So as Ms. Dorrington stated, tonight the consideration is whether to authorize mailing of those notices and also the scheduling of the public hearing, and the suggested date is December 9th. Then the city will hold a public hearing no less than 45 days after the mailing of the notice. Consider all protests to the charge. So both customers and property owners have the opportunity to submit a protest. There's instructions for how to do that in the Proposition 218 notice. I do want to take a brief moment to comment. I noticed in the comment letters submitted by some people, it seems like they were attempting to submit a protest, and they should read the notice on how to properly submit one, because just emailing it in to the city clerk as they did and before the mail is noticed will not count. So I just want everybody who already submitted those, make sure you read the notice, and if you want to submit a protest, make sure you follow those instructions and do so. So then the city clerk will receive and count all the protests, and if there is a majority of owners who protest the charge, then the agency, the city, cannot move forward with the proposed water or wastewater rate increases. Before we go to the substantive requirements, I do want to highlight one of the other actions for consideration this evening for City Council is adopting a resolution that updates our Proposition 218 implementation procedures to include a legal objection process. And what that does is property owners or customers can submit, in addition to a protest, a legal objection, which they outline the reasons if they think that the rates as presented do not comply with the law, Proposition 218 or any other law. The deadline for those legal objections would be December 3rd. As outlined in the notice, there's instructions for submitting a legal objection, and then the city will consider those objections and evaluate whether they warrant any changes to the proposed rate structure or the increases. So I do want to highlight that proposed change. Next slide. Second, Proposition 218 also has substantive requirements. So revenues cannot exceed the funds required to provide the service. As Ms. Dorrington stated, Ventura Water does not operate at a profit. Revenues cannot be used for any purpose other than to pay for the service for which it was charged, so only for water and wastewater services. And the amount of fee charged to any individual parcel cannot exceed the proportional cost of providing service to that parcel. A way to summarize it, the task is to set rates proportional to the cost of providing all services, allocated reasonably amongst grouped ratepayers based on a cost of service study utilizing reliable data. And our rate consultants, Raftellus, developed a cost of service study that was posted on Friday, and it's attachment B to the staff report that details how all of that was conducted. Next slide. So for the actual process, you'll see at the bottom of the slide, there's been stakeholder engagement throughout, and Ms. Dorrington will share about additional engagement after this evening. But the first step is the rate setting framework, identifying the financial goals, pricing objectives, and rate structures for evaluation. Then developing the financial plan, evaluating operating capital costs, and the cash flow and scenario analysis. The rate design, conduct rate calculations, develop alternatives, and calculate the customer impact analyses. And then you document all that analysis in the cost of service study. And then finally, we're here at the potential noticing of customers, followed by a hearing with potential rate adoption. And this entire process has been done in coordination with both the Water Commission and then a few check-ins with City Council earlier this year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kostiuk to go over our rate study results.
Thank you, Miles. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Kostiuk from Raftellus. I'll pick up where Miles left off in discussing the process. This really started in April of 2024 when Water Commission authorized the latest year of water and wastewater rates, and then we were with City Council later in the spring to initiate a new rate study. That, in fact, kicked off with Water Commission last November. We worked through a rate study process, kind of a rates 101 with the Water Commission, talked about the rate setting process, about policy objectives, about structural changes that might be entertained. We came back to Water Commission in January with results of a pricing objectives exercise that they conducted, or we conducted. They completed for us as homework. And then we were back in the spring, and that's really when we were doing our financial evaluation. So in the spring, staff provided budgets, operating budgets, capital improvement programs leading into this current fiscal year. And then in the summer, in the spring and into the summer is when we completed our financial work. Then preliminary rates in the summer with Water Commission. And then we were back to them in September with a final proposal. September 8th is where we discuss kind of final recommendations on any structural changes. And then September 22nd is the final recommendation, the rate proposal that you'll see here tonight. So I mentioned key policy objectives. So we went through an objectives exercise with Water Commission. You see 8 kind of primary objectives here. There were, in fact, I think 22 overall objectives, some sub-objectives there. And we asked them to rank their priorities as far as what the rate should accomplish on the financial front and the rate structuring front. What's marked here are our top 3 objectives, which are in line with the last rate study as well. Rate stability, number 1. Financial stability, number 2, and affordability of service number 3. And what's bolded are items with which we evaluated on the financial front and on the rate structuring front as we step through this long process with Water Commission. So the first milestone of the rate study, and what was presented to council, in fact, in July and again in August, is the financial plan. So the financial plan is what determines the revenue needs, the rate revenue needs of each utility over the long term, considering the operating environment, the capital improvement program, how we think costs may escalate in the future, changes to water supplies and the mix of those water supplies, growth factors in, all of these considerations building into a long-range financial plan. In fact, we look out over a 10-year horizon to inform not just the first 5 years, but the trajectory over the longer term. But we are here tonight for a 5-year rate proposal, and those 5 years are shown on the table. So again, these are the annual rate revenue increases that would be required for the water utility and the wastewater utility, respectively. Water is 10.5% per year. That's compounded about 65% over those 5 years, shown in the furthest right-hand column. And for wastewater, an initial increase to the utility of 18%, declining over time into year 5 at 10%. Again, gross rate revenue increases. The rates themselves are determined based on this financial plan, but also the cost of service analysis and any structural changes to rates. You'll see those rates and those impacts in a few slides. So step 2, cost of service study. This is where we take that, we call it the big bucket of rate revenue needs to recover costs, operating costs, capital costs, current and future debt service, reserve requirements. And we apportion those costs across the systems based on how the systems are constructed, and then apportion those costs to different user classifications based on their demands. Based on water demands, wastewater generated, metered connections by size, customer billing units, et cetera, et cetera. And this is an illustration here on the water side of our typical core customer classes. Residential being single family and multifamily, commercial type users, and irrigation or dedicated landscape irrigation connections. So then we go to rate design. And so first what we're showing are our water rates, specifically for residential users. The proposal maintains the existing tiered rate schedule. We have a 3-tier rate schedule for residential users, 0 to 600 cubic feet. Those billing units are in 100 cubic feet, the gallon shown just below. So 0 to 6 is our first tier. That represents about 64% of all, nearly 2/3 of all single-family water use, in fact, at or below 6 units per month. 7 to 12 is representative of kind of those seasonal needs where irrigation comes in to play, and that 7 to 12, 100 cubic feet per month, that's another 24% of that class's use. And then greater than 12 is greater than that second tier, and it represents about 12% of total water use for that class. So again, no changes, updated rates based on the cost of service analysis, but no structural changes proposed for the residential tiers. Fixed rate revenue, we worked through with Water Commission evaluating at 30% fixed rate revenue recovery, so that's what's recovered from the account charges on the wastewater side and the meter-based charges for the water utility. We evaluated again at 30% and at a lower level of 25%. And Water Commission's recommendation is to go to 25% fixed rate revenue to increase customers' control over their bill, and how that may promote affordability of service for certain customers. Wastewater flow charges. So we do have a fixed and a variable structure on the wastewater side for all customers, including residential users. And so for residential users, there's a flow charge that is subject to a maximum amount. That current maximum is 12 units, billing units per month for single-family users, and 10 billing units per month for multifamily users per dwelling unit. The proposal reduces that maximum from 12 and 10 to 10 and 8 respectively, and the idea here is to try and improve the relationship between water use and wastewater generation. So we'll run through our final rate schedules. I will not go through each one of these, so we'll be here all night. I'm going to highlight the most impactful of the rates, of where the most customers are. So for example, with the monthly fixed water charges here, they vary by meter size. Most connections, most residential users, but in fact most connections across all classes are at the 3/4 inch mark. First to be shown is the current rate, so 3/4 inch is subject to a charge of $24.25. Even with the revenue increase, but reducing our fixed rate revenue, that fixed charge in fact decreases in the first year. So July 1, 2026, that's our first year of rates. That charge would be $21.28. All those charges are differentiated by meter size based on the capacity of those respective meters. And then in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, they increase across the board, as we say. So recall the 10.5% overall rate revenue increase that's required for the water utility. All of these meter charges increase at 10.5% per year. Similarly, for our water use rates, we have residential tiers. We have our non-residential commercial customers and non-residential irrigation. Again, no changes proposed for our residential customers that are in the city. We are proposing to differentiate the rates for the Saticoy Country Club water system. It is a separate standalone system with a unique cost of service. It is served exclusively by local groundwater. It doesn't have access to other sources. It doesn't benefit from other sources. And so the idea here is to align them with the existing residential tiers, because they are residential customers, but the rates reflect their unique cost of service. So again, we're showing the current rates in the first column, and then you'll see July 1, 2026, that's our first year, so that's always going to have a combination of the overall revenue increase need for the utility, as well as the results of the cost of service, any structural changes. Then again, in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, they'll simply increase across the board at 10.5% per year each. There's a subset of customers that have private fire service charges. For single family, that's 1 inch only, so you see just one row there, the current and proposed charges. And then for non-single family customers, the connections there, fire lines differentiated similar to meter sizes on the capacity front, and similar to all these other schedules, current rates, year 1 includes cost of service, and then years 2 through 5, the 10.5% increase per year. We are proposing to keep on the schedule water shortage surcharges, so these would be available to the City Council in the future should a future shortage be declared. We're not proposing to have these implemented as part of this initial rate proposal, but we do need to have them scheduled as part of the Prop 218 notice. Council does need to adopt them to have the ability to implement them in the future should they be needed. We're also just showing the first year here because this schedule considers not just our classes, but also the severity of drought, the stages that we step through, stage 1 through 6, stage 1 being voluntary conservation, so we don't have surcharges there, but increasing in severity, increasing in the surcharges up to stage 6. Years 2 through 5 are part of the Proposition 218 notice, just to keep things simple. In this presentation, we show the first year only. So turning to wastewater, again, no structural changes to the fixed charges here. Our fixed charges vary by customer class and within residential by dwelling unit. Just like the water schedules, the current column, the current rate shown first, and then July 1, 2026, considering the cost of service results and the rate revenue increases for the utility overall. Just like water, we see the fixed charges decrease in the first year, right? Again, going from 30% to 25% initially, and then increasing each year thereafter based on the results of the financial plan. Commercial users pay the same fixed charge as single family. Think of it as a minimum charge. And schools pay per 100 ADA, that's average daily attendance. The flow rates or flow charges on the wastewater side, I mentioned on the residential, for the residential class, the proposal has the cap ratcheting down from 12 and 10 to 10 and 8 respectively for single family and multifamily. That's reflected here in the proposed flow rates. And then the commercial groups, we have 6 different commercial groups. They all include one or more kind of subcategories of business types or use types that are rolled up into different strength categories, so the constituents that are generated in wastewater by these various classes. So we have 6 groups, and we see, again, the current and the proposed schedule of rates there. A couple things to note. I mentioned the residential side. Churches are currently called out as a separate class. Based on the results of the cost of service, they are in line with Group 1, and so the proposal is to simply roll them into one more user type within Group 1 to simplify the schedule. And then we do have industrial charges for industrial customers flow in in million gallons of wastewater generated, and then COD and SS are strength parameters per 1,000 pounds generated. So let's turn to bill examples. And these are combined service, so water and wastewater combined service, which represent almost all of our customers. And this is a single-family residential example, 3/4 inch meter. And then we have 3 different levels of use. So we have 6, 8, and 13. 6 represents our median. It's roughly the most common bill. We have a little bit more than 50% of all single-family bills at or below 6 HCF. 8 is the average use, and you will recall that from past meetings. 8's kind of the average across the class. And then 1,300 cubic feet to show an example of a bill that's in Tier 3. So now we have an example that's Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And then showing that current bill in 2026, and then the 5 years with this rate proposal. So for example, 600 cubic feet, that bill for combined service is currently $95.69. It would increase to $108.47 in year 1, $123.07, et cetera, et cetera. Multifamily examples. Again, we have 2 examples. 2 dwelling units. That's the duplex is in fact the most common multifamily type within Ventura, so that's a key example for us. And then a 10 dwelling unit example for more of a traditional apartment type complex. All dwelling units all duplex of 2 dwelling units assume a 3/4 inch connection. The 10 dwelling unit example assumes a 2-inch domestic meter, and everything shown on a per dwelling unit basis assuming 500 cubic feet of water use per dwelling unit per month. The bill for the duplex, $69.73 currently, year 1 proposal would increase it to $82.77, and then again, those rates and impacts escalating in line with the financial plan results in years 2 through 5. So where do we stand next to peers? So this is a regional survey of peer agencies across Ventura and into Santa Barbara County. What's shown is combined service, residential customers, a 3/4 inch meter at this being 800 cubic feet per month, so kind of the average use. Each one of these delineated by the water and the wastewater components of peer bills. So what's fixed and variable on the water side, and then what's fixed and variable on the wastewater side. And one thing you might notice is on the wastewater side, many peers don't have a variable component. They simply have a service charge. Think of it as 100% fixed for a residential user. So at the 8 HCF mark, the bill again currently just shy of $118. With this proposal into year 1 next summer, that bill would increase to $137 and change. It's worth pointing out that most, if not all of these agencies are either they've just completed a rate study, they're entering a rate study, they're about to embark on a rate study. For example, Camarillo is simply in year 1 of a 4-year study. Santa Barbara, similarly, I believe they're in year 2. Thousand Oaks is on a 2-year cycle generally. So folks are always in a different position as far as the length of their rate adoption and when they're entering or exiting a rate study. But this provides a lay of the land come next July. And then that same comparison at the 6 HCF mark, again, this is a more common bill rather than the average use for the residential class here. Current bill, again, $95.69, with the increase, $108.47. We did give an overview of some typical user classes, but for more specific user classes or commercial type users, or for a resident's specific bill, we'd urge them to use the bill calculator that's available online, where they can use their bill, enter their customer class, their meter size, their water use, to determine how the rate proposal affects them specifically. We conducted an affordability study concurrent with the rate study to identify where service stands now in Ventura, but also against peers similar to that bill comparison, by measuring the affordability of service with some different indicators used across the industry that come from longstanding EPA guidance, from industry, from academia. What's shown on this slide are residential indicators, as we call them, which were used. So looking at the percent of household income, of median household income, that goes to paying a combined utility bill, looking at the lowest quintile, the 20th percentile of income, to get a lay of the land there. How many hours at minimum wage might a household have to work to pay their utility bill? Affordability ratio, where we're looking at the share of discretionary income that has to go towards paying for essential water use, and then a few other key indicators. We provided a couple maps to show at a high level, kind of the summary statistics, as I'll call it. The map here is the Ventura Water Service Area. Each one of the polygons is a census tract from the U.S. Census Bureau. The map on the left is showing median household income, lighter colors being lower income, darker colors being higher income, so you can get a sense of incomes across the service area by census tract and neighborhood. And similarly on the right, average monthly water use. And I want to point out this is single-family residential, but again, coloring from lighter being lower water use and darker being higher water use. So when we think about these residential indicators, we have to think about threshold values to determine is a bill affordable or unaffordable. The thresholds here that are shown are kind of the typical threshold values that are bolded: 4% combined for MHI, 4% for LQI, that's the 20th percentile of income. Affordability ratio at the 20th affordability ratio at the 20th percentile of income, AR20, at 10%, and 8 hours at minimum wage. And then to further delineate those, because that kind of tells us the over/under, but then we can get a bit more granular by categorizing that further between what might be considered a low burden, a moderate burden, or a high burden. So low burden, for example, on the LQI front might be less than 2% of income going towards paying a utility bill, 2 to 4 being a moderate burden, greater than 4. That puts us over the threshold into the unaffordable category. So here are the results on those 4 key indicators. Again, we have the maps showing the Ventura Water Service Area by census tract. The gradient there tells you, again, from green being lower, i.e. better, to red where we might have concerns because those are areas that have a higher burden. So each one of those indicators mapped, but then also the speedometer at the bottom showing the threshold value, and then the blue kind of filling in the speedometer. Where do we land as a service area? So again, the speedometer showing across all of Ventura Water, the whole service area. The map gets us a bit more granular by saying when we look at billing data, when we look at account level data, water use in those census tracts by account, and apply Census Bureau income levels, where do we fall relative to those threshold values? So for AR20, we're at 2.64%. Hours minimum wage, we're at 6.25%. And these are at 600 cubic feet per month. Oh, excuse me, no, this is based on actual data, forgive me. MHI at just over 1%, and LQI at 2.36%. So that's saying 2.36% of income for a household at the 20th percentile that would have to go to paying their water bill, water and wastewater bill. Okay, so those are the high level, right, across the service area. But then we might ask, so what? How do we translate that into need or vulnerability? So we drilled into LQI a bit more, looking again at actual data within the census tracts and applying that lowest quintile of income, the 20th percent, to determine how many bills are over in those areas. So constraining it to all bills that are over to say how many out of the total service area, and the best estimate here is about 1,000. We see 971 within the single family class across the service area that are not meeting those thresholds, that are over the threshold value. So take it one step further and say, of those roughly 1,000 that are over the threshold, how far are they over the threshold? Are they right on the border? You know, $0 to $10 would get somebody to 4% or lower? Or is it something more substantial, like the roughly 100 that we see that are over $51 over that threshold value? So this kind of gives us an indicator of those who are over or have unaffordable bills, how far are over are they? How unaffordable are those bills? So pivoting back a bit to the service area level results and back to comparisons with peers, we did compare with the four that you see here: Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, 5, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Simi, Camarillo, and Santa Barbara. We compared them on those four key residential indicators. In all indicators, with the exception of MHI, Ventura is in fact the lowest. With MHI, Thousand Oaks is just a hair below at 0.9%. We know that increases are unhelpful generally, but necessary. Hopefully we've demonstrated the need here tonight. But we did want to put it into a greater context, just as far as cost of living goes. What's presented here in the pie chart is data that is from MIT's living wage calculator, as well as the United Way has a real cost measure of California. They break down household income requirements for different household types or families. This is assuming 2 working adults, 2 school-age children. What is that household income requirement in Ventura? And it's roughly $126,000. The wastewater bill, water and wastewater bill currently on that typical customer is about $1,400. With the year one increase, that would increase to $1,644.
So considering the discussion on affordability, throughout this year-long process, we have worked with our consultants, the Water Commission, and you, the City Council, to keep rate impacts as low as possible, and yet we still know that any increase can be extremely difficult for some of our customers. Currently, we do offer an assistance of 50% on the fixed water service charges for medical and low income qualified households. We have partnered with Southern California Edison and Southern California Gas to automatically enroll our customers in our assistance program based off of their qualified lists through their agency's assistance programs. We currently have 382 customers that are enrolled when we have a budget to support up to 481 customers, and that budget can be adjusted as needed if we see an increase in enrollment. There are also other options for payment agreements and adjustments that have been outlined in the staff report you have this evening. So now I'm going to go over to the next steps and recommendations and bring us back to why we're here this evening. And that is to consider the authorization to start the noticing process for the 218 requirements. It's not the final adoption of rates, but the rate model has been finalized, and this is the rate that we would consider if we go through with the next steps. So we discussed the noticing. This is a look at what the notice will look like. If the council chooses to authorize the process this evening, staff, in collaboration with our communications and rates consultants, have prepared an official Prop 218 notice. This will be sent out to each customer. It will explain the rate setting process. It will discuss what the rates are funding. It will illustrate customer impacts and have references for customers, such as the link to our bill calculator. This notice provides a guidance of how customers can submit a protest or an objection. And as Miles had pointed out, any protests that had been submitted prior to the authorized noticing period will not be counted. So those individuals who have already made an attempt to voice their opinion and will need to do so according to this form and process. The protests will be received up until the close of the public hearing that is to be scheduled on December 9th, and objections must be received no later than December 3rd, 2025 by 5 p.m. This notice will also be available in Spanish. So should the council authorize the process tonight, notices will be mailed out Friday, October 17th. We'll be conducting some various outreach processes that we've put together in a plan. We'll have the wastewater treatment plant facility tours on October 25th and November 15th in person. So you could head over to the wastewater treatment plant facility tour on the 25th and then end up at the pool right afterwards for the pool celebration up at the community park. We are also going to hold a virtual tour on November 12th for those of our customers who can't make it out in person. We're scheduling presentations with the community councils and other clubs and organizations within the city, and we'll be posting on our website and social media any city events that we'll be participating in so the public can come and engage with us there. We'll be returning on December 9th to City Council to consider the rates for adoption and have the first reading of the rates ordinance if the rates are moved for adoption, we'll have the second reading on December 16th. As a reminder, we won't be changing the rate on December 16th prior to Christmas. We will be, the adoption would then go into effect and the rate increase will go July 1st, 2026. So we feel that a healthy water and wastewater system goes to support every city council strategic priority, but more specifically, we feel that the strategic priority of infrastructure and with the focus area of continuing to maintain parks and improve conditions of roads, water, storm drains, and parks. The strategic priority for public safety with the focus of emergency preparedness, prevention, and response. And the strategic priority of climate change and environmental stewardship with the focus of public input, community engagement, and accountability are met here with this presentation this evening. So the recommendations for this evening are A, to accept the final water and wastewater cost of service and design study prepared by Raftellus Consultants in collaboration with staff and Water Commission. B, receive the Water Commission recommendation to approve the 5-year water, wastewater, and water shortage surcharge rates for fiscal years ending 2027 through 2031. C, adopt a resolution updating the city's Proposition 218 notice and hearing procedures to incorporate legal objection procedures. And D, authorize staff to proceed with a public notice and schedule a public hearing on December 9th, 2025 for the proposed recommended 5-year schedule of water, wastewater customer rates as outlined in the cost of service study and rate design study in compliance with the Proposition 218 requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for your presentation. I will bring it back to council for questions and introductory remarks. Councilmember Campos.
I'd like to ask Mr. Hogan, I think during your presentation you were talking about making an adjustment to the Prop 218 process or procedure for our protocols, is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Campos. So the protest process would remain the same as in 2021 and rate processes before that. The addition that's being proposed is an additional procedure called a legal objection process. And this is because there were 2 state laws adopted since the last time we adopted rates that allow for a process if the city council elects to move forward with adopting the resolution where people need to submit legal objections if they desire to challenge the proposed rate increases. And it's helpful because then the agency knows up front, oh, is there some vulnerability or potential legal problems in the rate structure? We would evaluate the legal objections that are received. The city needs to respond to them. And then at the hearing on potential adoption, the city council could decide what to do in response to those objections that were raised.
So the legal objections, could you explain how that change will benefit the ratepayers?
It helps to create certainty for both the water and wastewater utility, because otherwise, if let's say we aren't aware that litigation is going to be filed, and it's filed, 2 or 3 years from now, challenging the rates. That could create a lot of uncertainty, and if the city were to get an unfavorable decision at that time, and if refunds were needed or adjustments were needed to the rate structure because of that ruling, that could just have impacts on the water and wastewater utilities at that time. And the customers, it's their water and wastewater utility, so in a sense, it's in their interest to have that certainty up front and whether or not there's going to be a legal challenge.
So that's a benefit to the water company itself. Is that correct?
Yes, both to the city that has the water and wastewater utilities, but also to the customers who are the customers of both utilities.
Okay. And another question is December 18th 45 days before December 9th? And are we cutting it kind of close, mailing it on October 18th? Are we cutting it kind of close for people who might not get the mail right away, or owners of properties that are out of town?
Yeah, so October 17th is Friday, and then December 9th for the hearing is more than 45 days between those dates as required under Proposition 218.
Okay, it exceeds 45 days.
It does.
Okay. Thank you. For now, that's...
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff, for a very thorough report. A lot of numbers, a lot of data. I want to start from the beginning of the presentation is water supplies. Some of the challenges with a water supply is oftentimes related to Sustainable Groundwater Act, you mentioned. So that's all the aquifer water we take from the aquifers, correct?
Right. So all of the groundwater basins that we pull from were listed in the Groundwater Sustainability Act as overdraft or significantly overdraft, and went through formation of groundwater sustainability agencies and sustainability plans. And so those plans were put into action. There have been some legal challenges, and we're still on our Oxnard Plain Basin, we're still considering what that allocation will be as we go through an adjudication process.
Okay, so that's some of the limitations on the existing water that we have.
That is correct.
Along with that, from our rivers, what's impacted that is things like our Endangered Species and Clean Water Act, I believe, correct?
It is correct. The waterways that we are in between have both been listed as a possible habitats for the California steelhead. And then on the Ventura River side, where we do have our water source, our drinking water source, it is under a physical solution right now. We're going through also a legal consideration on that. So during times when that physical solution says that we've reached a threshold, the river source is shut down. And currently, we are in that period, so we are not pulling from the river source.
So once again, our river sources of water are being challenged as well.
That is correct.
And then we're looking at connecting to state water, which we're doing right now. And the limitation on that is whether or not we get full allocations, which I understand is fairly rare these days.
That is also correct. The state water system is as vulnerable as our local systems. It is a surface water supply, and it's dependent on rainfall and snowpack. And so depending on how the climatic impacts are going on in the total watershed, the city and all the other agencies that are have allocations are noticed on when and what their allocation will be. So consistently, although we do have 10,000 acre feet in allocation, we've seen it as low as 0. And on average, it's about half of that. For the state water allocation, because it's so unpredictable in that sense, we feel that we can consistently get about 2,000 acre feet from that state water interconnection, and that 2,000 acre feet also adds to a water quality benefit. But the guarantee that we would be able to take more year after year is not there.
Okay. And then we look at the effects of climate change and the longer periods of drought and receiving much more rain at a given period of time as well. And I know we talked about reservoirs, and locally we have United Water District, which has reservoirs. Statewide, we have little impact. Well, as 800,000 voters, probably we have some impact on whether the state creates more reservoirs. Correct? I mean, it's not necessarily something we directly influence.
We do have our stormwater recovery, our diversions. Casitas is one of the reservoirs, and then United Water does recover some stormwater and flow through the river on the Santa Clara River side, and they disperse those through groundwater spreading basins. But as far as statewide, yes, there are a lot of agencies that are involved in that, and as a partner, we have a very small vote into how to move those forward.
Okay. And for the sake of time, I want to skip a little bit and get to a lot of the really exciting data towards the end. I thought was fascinating, so I really appreciate that. But when it comes to comparing to most of these other jurisdictions have tiered water pricing as well?
That's correct. I'm trying to think if there's another agency, Simi Valley perhaps, that does not have tiered rates, but most do.
How do we see the, I think it's the PATS settlement in San Diego impacting this water rate recommendation?
You know, I would say that, well, first it's a legal issue, so I would defer legal questions to legal counsel. But
Okay.
you know, ultimately we have continuing litigation in water, ever ongoing, and we change where we need to, we adapt where we need to. I think some of those core issues are addressed in our study, and elsewhere we utilize the best available data. We feel our rates are cost justified. They exceed industry standards, if you will, in how we develop not just customer class-based rates through the cost of service, but how we develop tiered rates, kind of taking that cost of service a step further and ensuring that the tiers themselves are cost of service based.
Okay.
So,
And Mr. Hogan, do you have anything else to add on that one? And then I'll save the rest of my questions after this. I have many more.
Yes, Mr. Costigan covered it well. Since Proposition 218 was adopted in 1996, there have been a number of court decisions interpreting Proposition 218 and challenging water and wastewater rates. This decision, published earlier this year, is the latest in a series of those cases. And both in reviewing it, myself, and then we had outside counsel with Best and Krieger, reviewing the cost of service study with Mr. Kostiuk, and ensuring that our record does show that our rates are cost justified and consistent with Proposition 218.
Thank you for that response. I'll save the rest of my questions after my colleagues speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from other council members? Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we go to slide 6? And this has to do with the existing litigation question. So my question to the city attorneys, and what you're able to tell us, what is the status of the Ventura River litigation and the Oxnard Basin adjudication in terms of, and how do those, have we settled anything? I guess what's going on, and then how do they affect the rate study? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So for the Ventura River litigation, which was filed by Santa Barbara Channel Keeper in 2014, that case we reached an interim settlement agreement with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, and Ms. Dorrington referred to this where once the river meets certain thresholds, currently it's 4 cubic feet per second, it's a flow rate, the city can no longer operate its facilities there. It needs to turn off its pumps. So currently the city is not operating its pumps. We met that threshold about a month ago. And unless this storm was significant enough, we'll likely be off for the rest of the season until there's enough rain. And that things like this case has required the city to diversify its water supply portfolio. Ms. Dorrington mentioned the East to West Water Lines project, where the city's preparing that in those times where we are restricted with our west end sources, like the Ventura River, Lake Casitas. We're able to move water around to the western side of the city and adequately supply that area. So that's one area in which the restrictions and litigation has impacted the costs needing to do projects like that. The status of the case, it's currently in mediation. We're seeking to reach a global settlement called a physical solution with all the parties. And if that proves successful, we'd be able to continue using the river similar to now with potentially some additional restrictions. If it does not go well and the state moves forward with their rulemaking, it's possible that the city could face serious restrictions, even much higher than that, on its usage from the Ventura River. And then in the Oxnard...
Just really quick, this is, and when do we think the Ventura River would be settled as just the litigation as a potential? I realize there's a lot of negotiation going on, but if you had to put a timeline on it.
So the current, what's called a pause on the litigation so the parties can focus on mediation is in place until April 1st of next year. So the parties are seeking to reach a resolution by then. If that's not reached and we return to active litigation, that could continue on for years.
Okay. I think going on with the Oxnard.
Yeah, and then for the Oxnard Plain litigation filed by the OPV Coalition, that, as Ms. Dorrington stated, under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the city anticipates being restricted by about 45% in that supply by 2040. And that litigation is determining water rights of all the parties in that basin. And it's likely that there would be similar restrictions as a result of that lawsuit, consistent with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
And just to be, so it's 40%. You said 45. Is it 40 or 40? So, and then again, the same question in terms of potential timing of when we expect that to be settled out.
That will also take several more years. Phase 1 of the trial was just completed last month. We're awaiting a decision from the judge, and then there will be 2 more phases. So it likely wouldn't be completed until 2027. And then it's possible after all of that, there could be appeals challenging that decision that could go on for additional years.
Okay. I'm going to go on to slide 7, and this will just be my first set of questions. And I believe this is to Ms. Dorrington. The two middle, the east-west water line interconnect and the state water, can you provide us a status update in terms of where we are with those two projects? And a similar question, when do you expect to have them complete? So the current status and then...
So the first phase of the east to west interconnection has been completed. And we are in construction now for the second phase. And so we're hoping that by the spring, the interconnection will be fully connected. And then the State Water Project should be beginning construction in the spring of next year as well. And we should see around 2027 the state water allocation coming through that pipeline.
Those are my questions for right now.
Great, thank you, Mr. McReynolds. Are there any other questions from my council or introductory remarks? Councilmember McGonigal.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. I've just a few easy questions for you. So how many 218 notices are going to be mailed? I think you, Ms. Dorrington, you told me before, but...
And Miles has the final count. We made sure that it was the right legal parcels.
Yes, I can, if you give me a minute or two, I could get you the number.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then with the, I guess a follow-up while you're looking that up, the protests, how do you validate the protests? Is there like a legal requirements for validating each one, or how does that process even work?
Yes, under the procedures resolution that is proposed to be updated tonight, the city clerk is the recipient of each of those, and will verify just the person's name, signature, and that they are affiliated with that address or water or wastewater account. So they go through that verification process, and then the protest is counted, and they'll keep track of all of those.
Okay. And mess over here, sorry. What's the difference between tiered and variable rates? Or can you explain, is there a difference, and what is the difference?
I think we're using the term variable just to imply that they vary by water use. Tiers are specific to differentiating classes, or in that case, subclassifications. So all classes have variable rates because they all pay some sort of water use rate. Within that, we have classes, residential, commercial, irrigation, and for residential customers, we have those subclasses, the 3 tiers.
Perfect, thank you. And
Councilmember Mangonay, I
Yes.
have your answer.
Okay.
And bear with me, this takes a little bit of explaining.
Sure.
So the number of notices that will be mailed out is approximately 41,000. But that number is higher than the actual number of parcels because we want to make sure we mail to both the customer and the parcel owner, and sometimes that's different. And so when you actually see the parcel count, the preliminary number, the actual number will be reported in December, but the water parcel count is 27,563, and the wastewater parcel count is 25,716. And that's because we have some, not everybody who receives water service receives wastewater and vice versa, but the vast majority receive both.
Okay. So then the protests, someone could send a protest just if they're only a receiver of a wastewater bill then, and that would count? That'd be like an official Prop 218 protest?
Yes, the protest will be counted for water. So you'd look at whether there's a majority protest for the water side, and then separately there will be a count for wastewater. And so it's possible the city could receive a majority protest in one category, but not the other.
The other.
So when customers are submitting their protests, they can submit for just water, just wastewater, or for both.
Okay.
And then for, let's say if the parcel owner and the customer both submit a protest, only one is counted per parcel.
Okay. That sounds like a lot of work, Michael. And another question, back to the staff report. there was a slide in there, I apologize for not writing it down, but in 2017, the rate study was put on hold, and in the staff report, it stated resulting in no rate increases, I think, for the 3 subsequent years. Can you explain what happened there, why that happened?
Yes, so in 2017, the city experienced a major wildfire, and we had to go into emergency and a rebuild. So at the time, we took a pause to allow the city some breathing room and some consideration for what our ratepayers were going through. We had lost customers. There were no water services or wastewater services, so it was, at the time, a decision, and we felt that we needed to get through that period, and all of us rebuild and recover.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
Yes, I want to go back to the notices, or not the notice, actually. Is a protest the same as a legal protest or legal notice to the city?
So if somebody submits a legal objection, we will count it as a protest, so they don't need to also submit a protest. We'll just assume if they're submitting a legal objection, they're protesting the rates. But the key thing to submit is the protest. If people want to register their protest, which the city clerk will count. The legal objection is needed to preserve the rights to be able to sue and challenge the rate structure. So most people would only submit a protest. The legal objection is more unique for that specific purpose.
Okay, so they are different, but one will suffice for both.
Correct. Yes. So most people will just submit a protest, but if they do submit a legal objection, the city clerk will count that as a protest as well, based on the resolution as proposed for city council's adoption this evening.
And I think you stated that if a majority of owners file protests, no rate increase can occur?
That is correct. So if the numbers are around, let's say, 26,000 for water, and we'll have actual numbers in December.
Right.
So a majority protest would be a 13,001 protests under the water category are submitted. If that's the case and they're validated, then the city council cannot move forward with the proposed water rate increases.
So if that occurs, what happens with water? How do we sustain providing the service?
So in that case, the city would need to, seek direction from the city council and possibly look back at some different options. I'm sure Ms. Dorrington will expand on this, but see if there's any projects that could potentially be delayed or anything else that may be able to come back and renotice the ratepayers and see if in that instance there wouldn't be an additional or a subsequent majority protest. But Ms. Dorrington, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yes, Miles, you're correct. We would seek guidance from you on how we could come back with a different rate structure. There would be some significant decisions that need to be made in our capital program, and our operations and maintenance. We will aim to keep the services that we have now and the quality, but there could be an opportunity between now and the next rate cycle, July 1st, to do that. It would be a considerable amount of work, but again, it will be the results of what we get from the protests and what the city council's decision is.
Thank you for the work you do in taking this on.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions going back to the legal objection process. Who can file a legal objection?
So anyone who's responsible for the water or wastewater bill can file the legal objection.
And so, and it's only one per household, right? Like, you can't, let's say you have 4 people in a household, 4 of them file, can they do that, or is it just one?
Yeah, it's just one tied to the parcel.
Yeah, okay. And then, in regards to the notice in Spanish, and all the, I'm assuming that, are they gonna have to go to, is it all in writing that they have to submit it? Can they submit it through a website, email? I just wanna make sure that we're not gonna be using Google Translate for these types of translation, because it's very nuanced, and I wanna make sure that everyone who would be participating or wanting to file something can do so adequately with the correct translation.
Yeah, so the full notice has been fully translated in Spanish. And
Okay.
so that will have the full instruction there. We do also have our staff at the customer care center that they can call and receive someone that speaks Spanish fluently to walk them through the process.
Right, thank you. I think those are my questions for now. Councilmember McReynolds? And then Deputy Mayor Halter, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Go for round 2. So I have a question for, if you can go to slide 11. So I have a question for the city manager. So in regards to the task, so it states this set rates proportional to the cost of providing all services allocated reasonably amongst grouped ratepayers based on cost of service utilizing reliable data. So that's based on everything that we have here. So in your professional opinion, have we met that task?
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds. I believe we have, yes.
Okay. So that's based on everything there. Okay, so a quick question on slide 18. So I apologize. Is that the residential tier? Is there I thought there was a residential tier for single-family homes and then for multifamily.
Yes, thank you.
So what am I looking at?
You're looking at 3 tiers, which apply to both single-family and multifamily, but the thresholds that are shown here are specific to single-family residential. For multifamily, the first tier would be 0 to 5. The second tier would be 6 to 10. The third tier is greater than 10.
Okay. Just as a go future, we're about 45% rentals, so I think it's important that we also make sure that we're understanding the multifamily on top of that. And then, so on slide 22, why are we decreasing the rate from the current to 2021? I mean, doesn't that, if we weren't to do that, wouldn't we minimize the decrease because we're already paying that, or the increase, sorry, if we didn't do the decrease, couldn't we minimize the increase because we're taking in that revenue to just soften that blow since everybody's already paying it?
So that represents a purposeful decision of reducing from 30% to 25% fixed. The revenue needs, the rate revenue needs, remain the same. It's simply, is it in the fixed bucket, i.e. the meter charges, or the water use rates? So this purposely reduces what comes from the fixed charges and recovers it instead from the water use rates.
Okay, so we're reducing the fixed from 30
Fixed charge, correct.
to 25%. That's correct. Okay.
And that was done to help the customer sort of achieve a little more control over their rate, their bill, total bill. So this allows that variable rate. They can control their costs in the water usage. Okay. So it reduces their immediate fixed charge, and then they have the ability to move through. So that was a thoughtful consideration that the Water Commission had for affordability on the water bills.
Okay, and then, so moving on to slide 34 through 42. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't understand any of this in terms of, this is new math that I've never seen before. I have no concept. So my question is, so we get, every year, HUD puts out an allowance on water and what the utility for affordability is. And every year HCD puts out what the housing is, area median income for Ventura County. So I'm curious why, and we deal with affordable housing decisions all the time. And this new math, I apologize, I'm just not smart enough to understand it in terms of what we're trying to achieve here when I look at all this. And when you go to the next slide with the different jurisdiction, or I guess it's the last slide, I don't understand. I apologize. I don't get it. And I feel like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't understand it. I don't know how to turn this into actual data, numbers in terms of what we're doing to the folks, in these lower income tiers. And I don't know, it's more of a statement. I'm not asking you to explain it. I just feel like when we deal with community development, we're using HUD and HCD numbers that provide the same, I think, data set that we use all of the time. And I don't understand all of this, and I just got lost trying to read through it and trying to make heads or tails of it. So I think that's just more of a statement on it. So, and then this is the document HCD puts out every year for area median income. And that's how our affordable housing prices are determined, and then part of that is the HUD allowance, for each category of utility. So it would just be easier if all the departments were using the same metrics as we evaluate this, so, on it. So.
Thank you, Councilmember McReynolds. Just to briefly respond or provide context, if you will, during the last rate study in 2021, the City Council at that time expressed interest in the next time staff brought forward rates. Some looks at affordability and some metrics. So this was included in Raftelis's scope. So these are, there's a lot of different metrics you can look at. These are some that they looked at and developed and went over with the Water Commission. But that is useful feedback because there's a lot of ways to look at it.
I just don't understand all of it. And it's just, we're already using a set of data, and then to introduce another set of data, I'm just, I don't have the time to go learn all of that, and all the and I'm not criticizing. I hate acronyms, but the use of the affordability ratio, the hours of minimum wage, median house, it just the lowest quartile income. So thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. First, a very simple question is on slide 24, when we talk about private fire service charges, I believe that's referring to that period of time where the city required a separate meter for new buildings strictly for fire. Is that correct? And now that meter sits there won't be used at all except when there's a fire.
That is correct. That is a code and a requirement for.
I think it was like
for
5
fire
years
lines.
or so that we require that. And I think, so I kind of see that more as the rental of the meter, really, more than anything. But anyways, this is me. I love all the data. And I know it takes a lot to digest it. But what I love, slide 36, it's more, part of it is looking at our median income and average water use, and it correlates that you would probably assume that the more somebody has dispensable cash, higher income, that they choose to use it for more water. That's what it looks like on slide 36. That's what I love about how you depicted this. And then the thing that, with all this data, you had like 3 or 4 slides like this that really looked at areas of the city and median income, water usage. What we can't overlook is that there may be larger lot sizes where there's higher income that require more water to keep it fire safe and somewhat green. So that's one thing. The other thing is you're getting closer to the ultimate that I had asked before, which is really identifying how many people are at an address, you got a lot of data here. And I see us getting closer to maybe someday looking at the number of people in an address so that we could fairly accommodate those people who are already sacrificing because they're living 8 people in a 2-bedroom apartment or a 2-bedroom home. So I'm cognizant of that and compassionate to that end, because there's a certain amount of water we have to use just to survive. And that's the whole thing about tier 1, tier 2, and so forth. So I just want to commend you that I think we're getting closer to that day that we could see that data and even be more accommodating. With that said, if I go to slide 41 and look at Ventura, we have this proposed rate increases. It has a lower percent of people who are already financially challenged being impacted in a really negative way, is what I saw on slide 41. But you also mentioned, I believe, in the dialogue that about 900, just under 1,000 people would fit severely challenged with water rates going up. And if we can accommodate 300 people right now with our subsidy, what would it take to accommodate 900 to 1,000 people that fit that category so we could help those people in our community most in need?
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. That is something that our billing and customer care department is looking at, ways that we could do that. If it's through possibly a donation program, and those are items that we would bring back to the city council to consider to help out the lower income that are most greatly affected.
Good. And then on slide 42, there's other in that pie chart. I was looking specifically for other utilities, so I'm assuming gas and electric might be other in the yellow there?
Yes, it's included in there. I apologize, I don't have the full bucket of what's in other, but those other utilities are included there.
Okay. And keeping in mind the significant increases that we're seeing, at least in the electric side, and knowing that in the 50s and 60s, a lot of these homes were advertised as all electric because electricity was supposed to be free. And then you look at, one final thing is regarding not, if we have a majority protest, I think you handle it pretty well, Councilmember Campos and our staff, but I just want to point out that the lighting district has always been voted down to increase funding of street lighting in our city, and therefore the added funds comes out of our general fund right now. So, but this is such a huge dollar amount that we would definitely be looking at ways to slim down, maybe even down to challenging our water supply and what we can and can't do in the future, to perhaps other ways of funding the water department, because we need water to live. Okay, and just a few thoughts. I think that was it.
Thank you. Just one last question. In regards to the protests and getting majority, has that ever happened in any other jurisdictions? And if so, like, what do they do?
Mr. Kostick may have a few more data points than I do on this, but it is not very common, but it has occurred in some agencies in California.
Okay.
And they have to explore the various options that we described earlier, but if they receive it, they can't move forward with the proposed increases.
I believe it's happened in a few very small systems where you might have 28, 30, 40 connections, right? So it's really just one neighborhood that's a small system but still subject to 218. Or on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act side, implementing SGMA now, which is those fees going forward have to comply with Prop 218, just like water and wastewater fees do. But similarly can be very small sets of property owners.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to public comment at this point. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. There are 4 speakers on this item. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Our first is George Amendola, followed by Phil Selfine, Bert Handy, and Heather May.
Evening, Mayor, Council. When I saw the visual of Ventura, I thought I was looking at a new map of the European Union with Brexit. It was an unfamiliar visual to me. Anyway, all kidding aside, I heard some pretty disturbing things this evening. And I'm just going to start out by household income $126,000. And with some simple math, the debt load per ratepayer with the Ventura Water Pure program will be $42,000 per ratepayer. That just doesn't add up. 3, why are we comparing peer agencies to 8HCF? I thought the baseline was much higher. That makes no sense to me. The customer assistance programs, 50% discount, 481 customers budgeted out of 33,000 ratepayers. What happens if you have a 10% fallout of people who can't pay their bill? You got no budget for that. Water supply of Mound GSP is still not being included, and I'm wondering why, with the Ventura River litigation, why Joe Schroeder is running this on your behalf. Why are you entering into a settlement and that's not in the public domain? Why is that not being discussed openly? It has a serious impact on rate setting and Ventura Water Pure. So, this item is a direct result of failed leadership and weak direction of prior councils. And you are being forced to carry that burden. I don't think you're in an envious position at all. You're in a really tough position. But guess what? The buck stops here tonight. If you approve this tonight, they're just going to go forward. Having a successful run at overturning with dispute letters, the 218, it's unlikely to happen. You can't even get that many residents to fill out an online survey consistently. How do you expect them to mail in protest letters? And I would imagine the subjectivity of not having a uniform way to send in that protest letter, there's going to be a lot of subjectivity with eliminating those. One other thing that I thought was incredibly disturbing was Mr. Hogan said they're going to modify the 218 process and close the loophole on lawsuits. If a registered parcel owner doesn't submit, they're closing the loophole. So anything with regard to any other litigation, and even with looking at San Diego as a 218 challenge, you're throwing that out the window. I don't understand how staff can just decide to do that.
Thank you.
Is that my time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Phil Seifling, followed by Bert Handy and Heather May.
Good evening, honorable council members. I have been lightly following this issue for the last year or two, and I know the cost upon myself. I have half the household income that man has, and my water bill is actually just the water, about $18 a month, and I pay 3 times that in a water bill for metering fees, for delivery fees, for return fees to get it back. And personally, I find it pretty unfair, but because it's still within range, I don't complain about it. But the impact on a lot of other people that are in that income, when you raise their water bill by another 100% over the next 5 years, it's going to make an impact. The figures that I watched on the screen here make it look oh so palatable, but when you actually look at the real use of it, it's not. So I did something. I'm a researcher. I like to research, and I didn't get enough time to really look into all the figures that were brought before the council over the years. But I did do a worldwide survey on the cost of making a new plant, a new facility, as compared to a hybrid facility. And the search involved hundreds of different issues. And I'd like to send this up onto the website. I'll send it so every one of you can see it. And at this point, because of what I believe has been non-transparency of what's really been presented to you folks in a way that affects people instead of just showing you nice little graphs, I would like to send that and have you folks look it over, because this is a big impact that you're making on over 100,000 people and you're committing to it. Over $1 billion, where the average facility in the rest of the world is between 60 and 100 million? Where's this extra 9 times, 10 times coming from that really breaks into us? I suggest that one of you that actually has a stronger stance on this make a motion to refer under the parliamentary rules and just have a second person refer it. That's a referral to a watchdog committee, have an unknown agency go out and do counterpoint studies to really bring you argumentative data, not just we the citizens. My time's up, but I hope one of you will make that referral. Thank you.
The next
very
speaker
much.
is Bert Handy, followed by our final speaker, Heather May.
Good evening again, Council. A couple things on it. I believe that the Council would benefit from having the Ventura Water Department give you folks a complete outline of all the water districts and agencies we have within the county. What I mean by that is you have the Upper Ventura River, the Lower Ventura River, Mound Basin, Santa Paula Basin, Oxnard Basin. And you also have state water, you also have the recycled water. So you've got all these basins, and I've been trying to get the Water Commission, which I haven't been successful in, to show on a yearly basis how much we're actually using. I've requested it numerous times, and it's never been put in the report that you guys get on a yearly basis. I ask for it separately. I get it because I request it, and I think that's something that you should have access to. Now, in regards to the basins, you've got the Upper Ventura River. That's basically in a medium, I believe, but the Lower Ventura River between the Foster Park and the beach is considered a very low area in regards to the GSPs, according to the State Water Board. Now that is one that Ventura has never tapped water out of at all. It's never been looked at, and I just don't understand why. Between Foster Park and the golf course wells, there are no wells that the Ventura City uses. Ventura Water has no wells in those areas, yet it's available for usage, and it could be used if Ventura Water wanted to access that. That has never been reviewed. So to me, that is important for the city of Ventura to do, and I believe that the city council should get a report like that so you can see what's going on in regards to the areas that we have water from and what's going on. Now, in talking about what the availability is from the last speaker, the Santa Paula Basin is an adjudicated basin, and that is actually going down in usage. Oxnard, they have a sustainability summit this Thursday, which they are going to be discussing all the things in regards to water from 1 to 5. If you have the time, they're going to be virtual or also going to be in person. You guys should attempt to, or at least review what they're saying. That is something I believe is critical for the council to know, because they actually supply water to Santa Paula, Oxnard, and the Mound Basins, all three. So that is a very viable part of us. We're actually getting about 60% of our water from that area alone. So I believe that the city council would benefit from all these areas. Thank you.
Next speaker is Heather May, followed by our final speaker, Bob Alviani.
Good evening. I'm coming to you tonight as a ratepayer and a resident, longtime resident of Ventura. And I understand and I appreciate everything that staff has tried to do and that you as city council members had tried to do in the past in reference to our water. But this is throwing good money after bad. In just 4 years, you went from a $350 million project to $1.4 billion. As a builder, you know that's ridiculous. This is not sustainable, and it is not fair to ask me to take literally thousands of dollars out of my annual budget to accommodate this. We tried, it didn't work. It's time to go back to the meet and confer and go back to the drawing board. Was the rain not a little bit prophetic tonight? Do you think we're ever going to really run out of water? Because I don't. I'm pretty confident we will not. And as much as I appreciate what you were trying to do, it's not financially feasible. And that is the bottom line here. You want me to spend over $1,000 a year above and beyond what I was paying just 4 years ago, right? Is that fair to me or anybody else? Right now, there's 4 people. It's the same 4 people every time this topic comes up. But there are 100,000 people who are going to be affected by your decision tonight. There is a 0% chance that that Prop 218 will pass. We're not going to get 50 plus 1% of the voters to get the proper. And as a matter of fact, I pay a water bill every month, but I'm not on the bill, so my name is not on that bill, so I don't get to protest. I get to verbally speak here tonight, but I don't get to protest like you were mentioning. Four people in a household, I have 2. Only one of us can protest. That's ridiculous. This affects everybody. It comes out of all of our paychecks. And when you're talking about cost, who cares if I can afford it? Why do I have to give that money to a project that went from $350 million to $1.4 million in 4 years? Why do I have to give my good money to that? Because you know you're going to come back in 4 years and ask for another doubling of rates. This is not fair to any resident in Ventura. And so I am saying to you, we're not going to get 50% of the ratepayers, and you know it. But all we need tonight is 4 of you to make a decision that will impact thousands and thousands of people. And how about those businesses? You got rid of that net zero. What do you think this is going to do to businesses? Do you think this is going to be a final straw for a lot of people to not be able to live here and not to have a business here? So I really hope that 4 of you, we just need 4 of you to be reasonable tonight and vote no. And thank you very much for your time.
Our final speaker is Bob Alviani.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Well, it's nice to know that we're going to have the sympathy of the Heal the Bay and Wichita when we can't pay our water bill. I hope we all get a holiday card from them. You know, past councils, before this council, past councils were making decisions, and we really think that they're being sandbagged. This council's not. You're asking a lot of very hard questions. I realize it's 12 years down the road, but you're asking a lot of hard questions. And the problem is that you've got 12 years of being sandbagged with information, and you keep trying to get information out, but it's still coming to you in pieces. We've requested cash flows, RFPs. You've never really gotten a cash flow. You've never really gotten an RFP on any of these projects. Over $1 billion, and you've never seen a proposal from another agency or another city or another alternative. You've never seen one. How has that happened? Rates are going to triple. They are truly going to triple. And we haven't gotten any kind of truthful cash flow to explain that to the ratepayers. You're not going to get 50 plus 1 on a protest, not on Prop 218. It's just not going to happen. And we've been bullied. Now, the people of Heal the Bay and Wichita, they're bullying you. They're threatening you. Oh, yeah, we're not going to stop. So, you know, take your best shot. So now we got another legal battle. Paz versus San Diego. That is falling because the tiered rate was considered unfair because it was tiered based upon usage. Well, that's punitive. That's what the court said. You can't do that. But here we have a rate study, doesn't even address it. We've got it, we're sitting there looking at another lawsuit, and we don't even consider it. It's not even in the rate study. What are you being asked for? Oh, I'm sorry, you're being sandbagged again. We're not going to tell you anything because we don't know anything, but you're going to be sued. So here it is. We have no audit. We have no cash flow. You've asked for it. Hasn't happened. The city can't
Thank you.
afford the cost. The ratepayers can't afford the monthly rates. And we have enough water.
Thank you.
That's a surprise. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I'll bring it back to council for council deliberation, and a motion is required for any action on this item. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for Mr. Hogan. I just want to make sure that you get an opportunity to be able to clarify in regards to the transparency of the legal protests or legal objections. And my understanding is that this is an opportunity for us to be transparent in a way that shows if there is any type of objections that needs to warrant for us to pay attention to, any red flags that we need to be able to discuss and maybe change gears if we need to. So please.
Yes, that is correct. And on page 7 of the proposed notice, there's clear instructions on filing an objection. And as you summarized, it provides the ability for the city for the customer to raise their legal objection if they have one, and then the city to evaluate to see if there's any issues with the proposed increases in rate structure.
Can I get slide 19, please? And this is mostly for Ms. Dorrington. If you can, one more time, explain what I'm looking at on slide 19.
So you're looking at the decision to move from the 30% fixed revenue to the 25% fixed revenue, and where Ventura Water lies in other agencies around us and their fixed revenue rate.
Yeah. So comparatively, again, as we move forward with this regionally, people are still increasing their rates as well. And because, pretty much a lot of people are doing very similar projects. Is that correct?
Yes, they're having similar challenges. Agencies are looking for new water sources and treating water to acceptable standards. In the case of Las Virgenes, they are working on their pure water program. The city of Oxnard has a facility that treats water for irrigation and is currently working on moving that towards pure water as well. San Diego, East Bay Mud, they all have those. And then, thank you, way down here, Carpinteria Valley is our neighbor to the north, and they are working on their pure water recycling facility as well.
Okay, thank you.
And so, Quail Creek.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for all the detailed information that we received tonight. Greatly appreciated. Had a couple questions in regards to, Mr. Handy talked about wells that we're not using, or a big space, why we don't have wells in a big area. Can anybody talk about that?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, Miles, go ahead, and then I'm going to have our Assistant General Manager for Water Resources, Jennifer Trebo, come up and go into depth. But Miles, go ahead if you.
So for the lower Ventura River groundwater basin, Mr. Handy is correct that basin is rated as low priority, and that's because there's not much water use from it. There's only 1 or 2 entities that use water from that basin, and it's less than the threshold of 2,000 acre-feet per year because there's not that much supply in that basin. And a primary reason the city has not used it in the past, there's some water quality issues in certain areas. And then there aren't city facilities nearby to be able to connect that water. So that's why it hasn't been prioritized as a source, but the city could look at it as a source in the future. And then generally, the city did used to have some coastal groundwater wells, but because of concerns over potential seawater intrusion, the city abandoned those and instead keeps its wells further inland. I think Ms. Trebo will expand on that a bit more.
Do you want more information, or is that sufficient?
You can give me more if you have
Okay. Just for the lower Ventura or also for the Mound Basin?
Both.
Both, okay. So yes, lower Ventura, as Mr. Hogan mentioned, during the last evaluation from DWR of the basins for priority under Sigma, that basin was actually characterized as medium to high priority, but they had some wrong information about how much water was utilized there. So if we did start utilizing, or if someone else started utilizing more water from that basin, it probably would trigger a higher priority, which would trigger a groundwater sustainability agency and a groundwater sustainability plan. So part of the reason that's low priority is because it's not getting a lot of use. Part of the reason it's not getting a lot of use is because of the poor water quality in that basin. The largest user of that basin right now is for agricultural use, and so they're able to deal with that poor water quality. As far as the Mound Basin goes, so the figure that's being cited by Mr. Handy, the 3.3-08, that shows offshore flow from the groundwater basin to the ocean is actually a graph depicting a future scenario. And that future scenario only shows groundwater flow offshore after 2040. And there's a fair amount of assumptions that go into that future scenario. And it's primarily driven by the fact that for the Oxnard Plain Basin, their proposed groundwater sustainability plan proposed to reduce pumping in order to raise groundwater levels in order to reduce seawater intrusion. And so if that were to occur, then more groundwater would flow from the Oxnard Plain into the Mound Basin and therefore cause more water to flow offshore through the Mound Basin. However, as Mr. Hendy has also mentioned in previous comments, Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, as well as United Water Conservation District, are considering other alternatives to the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. One of those is a project by United called the EBB project that will basically induce seawater intrusion into a small area, and that would allow other groundwater users to not have to raise the groundwater levels. So under that scenario, the groundwater levels would actually not increase significantly throughout the Oxnard Plain and would not flow into the Mound Basin. So that future scenario may not occur. Current conditions, the GSP also evaluates current conditions, and historical conditions and current conditions show very little outflow from the production aquifers, or zero from the production aquifers to the ocean. There is a little bit of outflow from the basin from the shallow aquifer, which is primarily driven from the river, the Santa Clara River. As you know, the proposed Ventura Water Pure project is actually proposing to repurpose that wastewater discharge to the river. So it's possible that some of that outflow from the shallow basin will actually decrease because of the Ventura Water Pure project. So we will be utilizing some of that water indirectly. And then just one more comment on the reference to the offshore aquifer. There's several places in the GSP that do mention this offshore aquifer, and there's a lot of uncertainty associated with the water that's in that aquifer, the faults that are offshore, It's not been something that's been investigated in the past by any agency. That aquifer is exposed to seawater at the continental shelf, and it's unknown whether or not it's exposed to seawater in other places. And any further production from that system outside of what's evaluated in GSP, which is 4,000 acre feet for the city, could exacerbate the seawater intrusion in the future. Does that answer your question, sir?
More than
Okay.
answered my question. And thank you, Jennifer. Also, I had a question regarding prices. So let's say we went under construction and prices went up. How would this affect our water rates if, over the next 5 years, if there was construction increase?
So we are in various stages of our costs. We are still in some estimating stages. We're in the pre-design. We'll go out to bid for some of the additional projects that we have for our capital improvement program, and we'll get those bids back. We have very conservative look at our increases, the inflationary projections. And we do our best throughout our capital improvement program to fine tune every 2 years of what our estimates will look like. But in the rate study, we're carrying I don't want to say like an overage, but a buffer in order to meet our reserves policy. So there's a drawdown that we could do based on where we were. If we're in substantial construction where this needs to be completed for compliance, we're going to move forward and utilize those reserves on the capital to get those projects completed so that the city remains in compliance and doesn't end up having to spend more money in legal violations. It's a consideration that we did on a yearly basis through our rate check-ins with our Water Commission and then brought forth to you. And that's something that we came to you and said, you know what, it's looking like we need to do this rate study early to make sure we cover those capital costs. So we do have, we have our budget check-ins, we have our CIP check-ins, and our rate check-ins to continually look at where we are in our financial portfolio and see if we're getting to that rate. And if costs get out of control, inflationary costs rise outside of our predictability, we have a couple avenues and a couple ways we can look at how we're going to spend that cash flow.
So if these rates were approved and they weren't opposed, you're saying that the rates would not change?
This is the best available data we have and the best estimates that we're carrying for a 5-year rate cycle with a 10-year outlook.
Okay.
And you have more.
That's it for right now, but I got more later.
You have more, because we're going to go into deliberations if you want to
All right,
keep asking
thanks.
your
So,
questions.
Thank you. Did you want to go?
Do you want to go ahead, Deputy Mayor?
No,
Is it okay? So, Councilmember Campos asked a really good question earlier, and she asked if for some reason the rates didn't go through because the residents opposed the rates, what would we do? And there was some thought, what would we do? Because if it didn't pass tonight, like I'm thinking, if there's a game plan already of what would we do, then why can't we do that so we don't have to raise the rates as much as we're doing it?
So we are basing our rates over what our needs are to maintain the water supply and the wastewater services. We have a capital improvement project of needs for the city, aging infrastructure, all of those lists that I went through, but we have aging infrastructure. We have pipeline that we know is going to need to be replaced in the next 5 to 10 years. We have a wastewater treatment plant that is failing structurally and is on its way to be replaced. We have looked at all of the areas that we could cut and refine, and this is what we are presenting to you this evening. If this doesn't pass, then there are some things that are significantly risky for the city. Things that we are going to have to evaluate and said, you know what, we're probably going to violate here, or we're probably going to have to go into shortage rates earlier than we typically would because we're not going to be able to secure additional water supply in our next drought cycle.
I understand the position you're in. Like, you're doing the best you can. I mean, you've done a great job in regards to getting us the information, and everything. For me, I see a lot of. I'm getting a lot of emails, a lot of communications in regards to that. So you understand the position that we're in.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter.
I just want to, thank you. I just want to validate some key components to this conversation. And that's looking at first, water pure was just the water purification initially, 12 years ago, 13 years ago. When I look at the cost of the outtake we needed for this consent decree, that ended up being, I believe, about $125 million. And I think initially we thought it was going to be 30 or 40 million, is what I remember. Approximately correct? Within 10 million?
I'll let you finish your question,
Okay.
and then we'll.
I'm just trying to validate this, is that what we're considering right now when we hear about this $1.4 billion project is the fact that we have, first, it was a water pure, which was, when you look at the 760, it's really makes up 125 million from the outtake, 302 million for a bioreactor, which we didn't even know we were going to need until 2020 or 2021, until we realized that ours is failing, our purification. And then 343 million for water pure. Of that, I believe we secured about $140 million in grants. And I do still believe that our conversations, desal not only will cost more to do, but is much more harmful to the environment. And I also recognize as a contractor that 3 years ago we experienced the highest cost increase I've ever seen in my life when it comes to mechanical equipment, piping, and so forth. That cost that 1 year was 35 to 40% increase. That has not gone down. And then you look at the 1990s water situation, where we were on, allocations for, I think, 6 years or so. And they were very difficult to accommodate and still have some quality of life. And then I also remember hearing that as soon as 2030 to 2035, we would be deficient in meeting our water needs if we continue to have any type of, whether we grow or have even a minimal amount of sustainable growth for the city. Are those numbers and what I just said overall, I know it's a lot, but those are the foundation of a lot of my thought process. I want to know, am I close to being accurate, or did you see something that was completely in error?
So I'm gonna go through the evolution of where we've come in the past decade and a half. So in 2012, we were in significant noncompliance of our discharge, and we were challenged, and that was the settlement of the consent decree. We had requirements, but we didn't have a project fully developed. The city initiated an environmental impact report with certain criteria that needed to be met in order to build infrastructure that was going to meet these consent decree requirements. Also, that was going to meet the needs of future water supply for the city. So that, those criteria and alternatives were evaluated, and the projects that make up the Ventura Water Pure program were developed through that environmental impact report, and there were cost feasibilities in that report. They were estimates at the time, best estimates for 2019 dollars. A lot happened between 2019 and today in a major pandemic and cost inflations and now tariffs. And so as with any project, and we have a lot of capital projects in the city. We have the most capital projects in the city, and we also have the largest infrastructure projects in the city. So the costs, as they come through design to bidding and construction, change. They're always estimates. And so every year we had fine-tuned a look at our CIP and looked at what we were going to need to build, and those projects came through in a design bid and in a contract bid, and those costs increased due to the pressures and the estimates, the bids, and the final purchases and material and labor. Now I lost my train of thought. But during the EIR process, we looked and evaluated, and the most cost-efficient program was the Ventura Water Program that was going to meet all those criterias. And so you're getting more for this project than just the bare needs. You're getting the water supply need, you're getting the discharge requirement, you're getting a water quality improvement, you're getting a supply that's drought resilient. The city was going through a drought. It had experienced a major wildfire. And now we're looking at we put that in a program to meet all of those needs in one step. Unfortunately, the wastewater facility was more in detriment than had been predicted before in the CIP. So we had multiple upgrading that we were going to do in the CIP, and those costs came back, and we saw that they were significantly the structure was significantly insufficient. And so the MBR project came on board along with this other big infrastructure project that we were going to do, and then the small repair projects that we were going to do in the system. So it compounded that effect. The State Water Project Interconnect was also a large project that had been in the books, and it was starting to finally get traction, and we were starting to get movement and funding for that. So a lot of these projects have fallen together. They are significant projects that have been needs for the city for a very long time, and they're going to meet the needs of the city in the future as well. So as we confuse a lot of the projects, it is still an overall cost. It is still a bottom line cost. But we want to be sure that we look at the Ventura Water Pier program separately as the MBR. They're two distinct projects, and the financing and the debt structuring and the inflation that keeps coming in from comments are not exactly accurate.
I'll leave it there right now until I get to deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a couple questions, and then I'll also save my other comments for deliberation. So can we go to slide 33? When is this going to be available? Because I went on it already, and it doesn't look like that.
This will be, the calculator will be available when the rate noticing goes out.
Got it. Okay.
All right, now if you go in there, it's going to have the set rate that's already existing on our rate structure.
Okay. And then can we go to slide 46, please? So similarly, I'm sorry, slide 45, very quickly. So similarly, I want to echo what the mayor also mentioned in regards to, because I did go on the QR code, and it goes to, and that QR code was in Spanish, and then when I went to it, it was all in English. So just FYI, I think that's important for community members, that if they're scanning something that's in Spanish, they would probably expect something to also be in Spanish when they go there. Some feedback, FYI. And then 46, please. I am also concerned that there's some missing communities here. I really want to emphasize that should we move this forward, we make sure that the whole city is available or understands the opportunity for them to oppose. So I think we're missing some, like I said, Spanish-speaking central areas. senior centers, HOAs, mobile homes. So please, as much as possible, to get this out there in regards to as much outreach as possible. And, you know, I want to have the opportunity to make sure that the whole city understands what's happening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
So following up on what the deputy mayor was talking about a little bit, on slide 11, there's a comment that says, under substantive requirements, the amount of the fee charged any individual parcel cannot exceed the proportional cost of providing service. So my question is, how much of the rates that customers are paying is going to support the Water Pure project versus the cost of providing clean water from all other sources?
Thank you for the question. I'll have to refer to our rate study report, which, when we develop the rates, have several components, one of which is called out as Ventura Water Pure, as is the Future State Water Project. So I'll have to locate that number for you. It will increase in the future, right? This is based on today. It'll increase across the 5 years and as Water Pure is into operations. But right now, it is a modest component to the rates.
So, but the proportionality of it will grow over time? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes, it will. Particularly as we get into operations, and then those operational costs come on board once facilities are constructed and generating or producing water.
So this rate study kind of stops abruptly at, I think it's 2031?
That's
or
correct.
32, and we don't have any information past that for either the possible cost of water or the changeover to operating Water Pure versus building it. We don't have any of that information for a future look. I mean, it's one thing for us to put the burden of these rates out, but there's a lot more ahead that is an unknown for us.
So most of that is in the rate study report as we enter into operations through this period. So that new Water Pure specific O&M, operations and maintenance expenses, are embedded in this plan. And in the appendices to the report, we do provide a 10-year look at the finances.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It was a little confusing comparative, but thank you.
Okay, we'll move into deliberations now. Oh, do you have Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge some of the speakers in terms of their questions. So first, I want to agree with Ms. May. I want us to understand, if we can put slide 16 up, based on looking, I know this chart that's in the staff report wasn't included, but the 6 HCF, our ratepayers will be paying, if we approve this, ultimately we'll be paying $931.68 a year more than they do in 2026 annually. And the 8 HCF, we're going to be paying $1,214.64 a year more than they are today. That's the math that's in here. So that what Ms. May is saying is true. So I just want to acknowledge that. With Mr. Aviani, I wanted to give staff a chance to answer the question regarding Paz versus San Diego, and how does that relate to this?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember McReynolds. The deputy mayor asked a similar question earlier. So that is a decision that came out earlier this year, published by the Court of Appeal. And as Mr. Kostick and I stated, there have been a number of decisions that have come out since Proposition 218 was adopted. And both Mr. Kostick and his team, as well as myself and outside legal counsel, evaluate and are aware of those decisions in preparing both the rates and the cost of service study, and then reviewing that cost of service study. So the PATS decision was taken into consideration, and the cost of service analysis was bolstered to be mindful of that decision by the court.
Okay, and then Mr. Amendola asked a question regarding, is staff changing 218, or are you making a cleanup based on new state law regarding the, sorry, I wrote it down on another sheet, but is that a new process or just bringing it current? Legal objection procedure.
Yes, that is correct. The proposal is not to modify Proposition 218. It's just regarding the procedures that are needed if somebody is going to file a challenge regarding the rates, and just making sure the term is called exhaust their administrative remedies, so submit the legal objection, and then they would have to file suit within a certain time period. It's within 120 days after the ordinance adopting the rates becomes effective, and it would become effective 30 days after the second reading.
If I could just add that is a new item, in effect just January 1st of this year.
And then I just want to acknowledge Mr. Handy and Ms. Trumbo. You're just smarter than I am, and I don't understand the question or the answer. So on it, so I'm willing to acknowledge that on it. Another question is, I don't know if this is for Ms. Dorrington or Mr. Morley, but the number 1.4 billion keeps getting thrown around. Is that the cost? I mean, I just wanted, like, if we're all talking the same thing, I think it's important. So I'll let whoever wants to.
Well, if I could, because I have heard that number a few times, and I have wanted to correct it. The numbers have not changed. The project is on the order of projects, $720 million between WaterPure and the membrane bioreactor. When we were here in August, we provided a fully amortized schedule of the financing over the life of the project. That added up in the order of $1.4 billion. So just like if you were to buy a home for $500,000, you wouldn't say it's $1 million home just because you're including the interest over the amortized life of a 30-year mortgage. The house is $500,000. These projects are $720 million.
But it's a fair statement in terms of over the life of it, the 1.4 billion is a.
If you're talking in total,
Yeah.
total dollars today, current value, then yes.
Yeah, but
construction costs are
is the 720 million. Okay, I just wanted to get that out on it. And then my last question is on the consent decree in terms of what is the timing of when this project has to be done? And the second question would be, what are the fines if it's not done within the timing? So I guess what is the timing, and if it's not done, what are the fines?
Thank you for the question.
That's my last
So the diversion requirement is by the end of 2025, this calendar year. The city is on track to meet that diversion requirement with the completion of the outfall and outfall pump station. And then for the beneficial reuse requirement, where we take that water and send it to a project for beneficial reuse like Ventura Water Pure, the consent decree, both Wish-Choy and Hilda Bay have been willing to grant extensions as long as the city continues to exercise due diligence. So the current deadline for that is 2030. And then I guess the city would face potential significant fines, at least on the order of at least 10 million a year for lack of compliance. But more importantly, the city would likely be ordered and compelled to implement a project that complies with the consent decree on top of facing the fines as well as the legal costs associated with the litigation.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your questions. I'll move into our deliberations at this point, and a motion will be required for this item. If anyone wants to kick off the deliberations? Deputy Mayor? I know you have a lot to say.
I was just looking at my notes to see. What I guess, what I look at is not just the consent decree, and having done research over the last 5 years of being on council, I'm looking at, I see cities across the country and the world who are doing water pier type projects. And a lot of them are not doing water pier projects for the water, they're doing it because of clean water requirements. What started with cleaning up Lake Erie and the Erie Canal and all that back in the 60s has turned into extremely purified effluents to go out to whatever water body they're sending it to. So I found that fascinating. So I see none of us want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, that is not a fun thing to have to do. None of us want to spend $1 million or $2 million on simply putting a roof over our head. I feel that the threat of not having enough water as soon as 2030, if we enter a severe drought, or 2035, having witnessed and gone through what we did in the late 1980s and early 1990s, I feel we're still paying the price of what happened during that drought. And it put us way behind in creating the type of housing and the variety of housing that we should have had. I think we all know our Ventura values, and we don't want to, we want to make sure that we have our guardrails up so whatever growth does occur, some growth has to happen. The opposite of that is not good for any community, and we have suffered that in the last 30 years. But whatever growth does happen needs to be inside the boundaries of the guardrails that we put up with our Ventura values, and I believe we can do that. But I also believe Ventura has done a remarkable job at conserving water, and unbelievable job, really. I, quite frankly, do not believe we have much more room to go there without significantly lowering our quality of life. And that's really important. So when I look at spending more money for water, on top of already looking at, well, when I look at just in the last 2 years, and maybe this isn't fair because of the fire, the Thomas fire, but when my homeowner's insurance went from here in Ventura from $2,400 a year to $8,600 a year, when Edison increased just recently, I believe, a 35% increase for electricity, when I look at what it takes to run a business in the extreme cost of the policies that we've enacted just in the last handful of years, costs are going up. What we have to do is find a way to increase wages, repair the damage done from the 2008 recession, the Great Recession, and instead we have created much more of the, quote, haves and have-nots. The division is severe, the most severe I've seen in my life. And we're not doing anything to correct that. So it's getting jobs that raise wages, reducing the bureaucracy that is eating up whatever dispensable cash we have, so people can afford to live here. We can't continue to make it unaffordable. But when I look at the cost of water, and I think you showed on one of the slides that I love towards the end of the presentation, I look at all the other costs associated with just living here, and while it's a huge percent increase, it represents a very small amount of the overall cost to simply call Ventura home. So I guess bottom line is that I look at what else could we do that, put the legal battles aside, okay, but what else could we do to provide water that we need for the future and protect, I mean, the cost of water, I think if we go through what we did in 1990, I would pay a lot of money to have enough water to simply keep my home in the condition that I would find enjoyable. For those who aren't as fortunate, I recommend that we as the council consider more funds to help those bottom tier, economic tier people on the 900 people, I think it is, not the 300 or 400 that we currently give subsidies to, but more than that. So I do find one last thing, and I'll let my colleagues speak, is that I do find it interesting when I work in other places. I have a comparison. I see the differences between what happens in Ventura. And I find it interesting, just as a side note, that in Camarillo, it's one of the few places that we still see homes that have 10,000 square feet of sod or grass. And the community is extremely green. So I guess the difference as I look at the charts he gave us, we're comparing 8 cubic feet, CFU, which I kind of think is probably a less percentage of all the homes in Camarillo use that little amount of water compared to Ventura, because their lots tend to be a lot larger. And when you drive, you can't miss it. When you drive through Camarillo, it's a very green community, very green. Green meaning they have a lot of grass. Okay, so anyway, so I look at that to see what they're doing and how they're getting their water. And I think there's a bigger discussion, but I still favor the direction that we've been going for 12 years.
Thank you for that. Anybody else want to? Councilmember Mangonay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess this is my one opportunity to say what I got to say. So I think, I agree, the reasons for building these projects, they're valid, I think, but ultimately the process and the way we got to this part has been kind of the not so clean, the messy part, right? And I think Mr. Alviani was right. We have been bullied. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think we've been bullied just as the organizations, our consent decree partners have pressured the regulatory bodies in changing the requirements for the permits. It's the same thing. So, it's kind of it's multifaceted. We have our requirements under the consent decree, and we also have the requirements under the permit. And now those two things are running in parallel, so we're in a tricky spot here. It's frustrating to be, obviously none of us have been involved in this process that long. So we're here now, though. And, but, it's frustrating to hear, comments like, that the flexibility of these organizations has limits. When a body of 7 people here is tasked with doubling the utility rates of our constituents. So those are the things that I hear, and I've been hearing these things for years. I mean, in 2023, I was hearing comments, threats of further legal action to the city council and the city if we didn't, abide by, the requirements or what these groups wanted. And I don't consider that a partnership. Nevertheless, we're here, and it's difficult to see any other option other than moving forward. It really is. I mean, I'm sure everyone up here has lost sleep over this thing over the last year. So thank you. I just had to say those comments out loud.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you, Mayor. I am also having a lot of difficulty with this decision as well. I mean, I came into council hoping that I could find a different alternative to the direction that we're doing. And to my detriment, I think that was really why, rates are increasing. And I think admittedly, as we keep changing courses throughout 13 years, it just creates a lot more inflation, and then costs just continue to rise. And the finger pointing shouldn't be to staff. I mean, a lot of the cost is because, similarly what Ms. Dorrington had said, it was because of COVID and also because of the federal government who put on tariffs on construction. And so that it definitely has increased all of our costs. So it's not necessarily, hey, let's look at the staff who's doing this. No, it's the situation that we're in. We as council, at least I feel, have exhausted pretty much a lot of all our options. And I, see this as our best option as we move along and as we move forward. And I live here. We all do. And, seeing our water rates increase 100% in 5 years, we are affected by that as well. And I'll speak personally, I hate that. And yet, I know that this is important, and I know that this is something that we need to do. And so what I would like to do is I want to move this forward because I want to put it in the hands of the community. I don't want to just listen to a loud opposition of a handful of people. I want to give the opportunity to the people in this city to be able to stand up and say, hey, here's the feedback, here's the opposition, here's the protest, and allow them to be able to be more vocal in regards to these rates. So to me, I think this is a great opportunity for us to be able to not just make the decision here, but allow the city to be involved in this process. And I think that's why Proposition 218 is important. And so I just feel like that is how we need to move forward, and let's give the decision and opportunity to the community members who live here.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Campos.
Thank you. So, I've heard all the comments. I think this body, this legislative body, has been trying to do its due diligence. So on September 15th, we received a staff report regarding the potential sale of the water department. And it essentially said, if we were to do it, it's actually going to cost us probably 18% more. So in the state of California. So that option's probably off the table. Then we directed staff, item 1 was to do the consent decree and open it up. And, we heard from Wish-Toya Foundation and Heal the Bay in terms of where their positions are on it. So I think really we're down to our last, potential diligence item, which the city attorney discussed, and I agree we have to move forward, but I think, we need to bring forward an item as this council to look into closed session and ultimately a legal challenge and understand what that is. So when we get to there, I'm going to add a item if it's so seconded and voted on to bring forward a closed session item to do the legal challenge, because I think we're running out of options here, but I think we need to understand that last option here, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos, followed by Councilmember Duran.
So I want to thank Councilmember McReynolds for explaining what my idea was about, which is that option about the legal challenge. I'm uncomfortable with, it seems to be pressuring our community to be forced to act too fast before they've had time to digest and experience what's going on. So I don't think we should change the Prop 218 model that we have now. I don't think I can vote for that part of it. Everything else I'm good with.
Do you want to clarify? Because I think someone asked a question about the modification of 218, but I think staff spoke to that.
And they answered the question, but I'm not satisfied that that answer is to the benefit of
Got it.
the citizens.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just appreciate everybody's work that's been done on. It's just hard for me. It's a difficult decision. And man, I want to move forward and I'm forward thinking, but I just think of the ratepayers. I think of our community. I think of the people that I've been talking to. I think about the gentleman who walked up and said, "This is going to be really hard for me," and I won't be supporting it just because because of the ratepayers. I know there's a lot of great things in the future. I get that, but right now there's just a lot of people that are suffering already. And Deputy Mayor Halter, I agree, man. Jobs, we need to get better paying jobs and attract companies that are going to pay more money, but that's not yet. We're not there yet, and so we have people that are suffering. It's going to be tough for them. And so, thank you.
Thank you. You good? I think for me, I hear what everyone is saying, and if I can just get some clarification from the city attorney in regards to what Councilmember McReynolds mentioned about the closed session part. If we vote on this tonight to move forward and have, or not move forward, but have closed session, like, it has to be one or the other, right? We can't move forward and have closed session, or can you just clarify that for me?
Mayor, I think the agenda item, as staff said, is really just, we'd like to put a notice out to go on the streets to come back on December 9th to have the council do first reading of an ordinance to adopt new water rates. That's the staff recommendation. That's the proposal for this evening. If there's a desire for coming back with something else, that could certainly be an add-on. That's not being discussed tonight. That's just a suggestion. That's just an add-on. So I don't see it as exclusive, and so the council could do both if desired. I would say though, what staff is looking for is, they've got the dates up there, and I was doing the calculations. I think it's like 53 days from when they intend to mail the notice out from assuming the council does authorize. So to state to the timeline under the recommendation, then the council would need to act tonight and not put that over. But obviously, if the council wanted to ask for a future agenda item, open or closed, it's certainly free to do so.
Okay, and I guess I'm in my head, I'm just thinking, okay, let's say this goes forward, but then we go to closed session and something happens there that we say we're going to challenge it. What happens to this process? We've already sent out notices. Does that get interrupted? Does it get paused? I'm trying to.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So if the notices went out with the hearing date selected of December 9th, when that date comes, the city council could always decide to continue that hearing to a date out in the future. And so that would avoid the need to resend all of those notices.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Because I think I hear what everyone is saying, and I too am concerned about the increase in rates for all of us, right, including our residents and constituents. And I feel like if we don't do anything, we're going to do what prior councils have done, and that's do nothing, and then put the burden on future council members to try to come up with a solution, just like we're trying to do right now tonight. And what does that fix? While it might hold off on an increase for us now, it'll certainly put potentially a bigger increase on future that we would still have to pay if we're living here. So as difficult as it is and as hard as it is, I think, it's incumbent upon us as the representatives of our city to engage our community, make sure that they understand the forms, make sure that they fill out the forms correctly, make sure that they're getting them, because what happens if they're saying, I didn't receive it, or, can they get a provisional form? I don't know. So I think it's our responsibility, right, to engage and make sure that our residents are having this clear, transparent communication about a potential increase in rates. And Miles, I don't know if you were going to say something when I.
Thank you, Mayor. You read my face. I just want to add that if someone doesn't, for some reason, receive the notice, they should. But if they don't receive it, but they're the customer or the parcel owner, they can still submit a protest. And Ventura Water staff is creating a form that will be posted to the rates website that people can utilize for ease for just filling out. You don't have to use that form, but it's for ease of the customer or owner if they do want to submit a protest.
Okay, thank you. And so, yeah, I feel, that we can't, this isn't approving rates. This is approving the notification to be mailed out. And so for me, I'm comfortable with that, with the burden that I will have to make sure that my constituents, our city residents, are engaged and can fill out this form and make sure that, that we're out there connecting with them. On the other hand, in regards to our residents who apply for the special assistance or assistance program, I want to also make sure that we're doing everything possible that we're reaching the maximum number of potential customers that can have assistance. We're about 100 plus off that we haven't reached the maximum number yet. And so what else can we do to make sure that, we have the max number, that we're topped out? Because and it could be that because financially, that's how, you're determining who qualifies for it or not through other programs. But I just want to make sure that we're also pushing for that assistance for our residents who are either on fixed incomes or could potentially qualify for this program. So again, for me, it's about moving the process along, and as hard as it is, ensuring that these notices can go out so that we can just start engaging our residents. I think that's important, and it's hard for me to say, yeah, let's go for it, but I also feel like if I don't move forward with it, I'm also putting the burden that's been put on us for future council members and for future ratepayers, that they're going to be paying even more if we don't do anything about that today. So that's kind of where I'm at. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, outside of the forms getting mailed, is there any other way that information is getting out? I mean, social media, in all transparency, I would love all of do the best that we can to get that information out to everybody that can possibly see it. And if they don't respond, they don't respond. But I think we really need to do a good job of getting that word out.
Councilmember Mangonay?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, other than being just outside the 45-day window requirement for 218, why December 9th? Is it generally close to that window? Is that when it's done? Is there cities that do 60 days, 75 days?
It can be a longer period. The overall timing need is as has been discussed a bit at previous meetings, in order to fund some of the projects, the city needs to move forward with additional bonding for those projects. And in order to do that, there's a few steps. So first, the new rates need to be adopted, and then we can go to Standard & Poor's, S&P, to be evaluated. And then once both the water and wastewater utilities are evaluated, then we can move forward with seeking out that bond funding. And that funding is really needed to be able to fund the project. So that's really the timing issue of trying to get it completed by the end of this year.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Unless anybody else, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I move to move forward with items A, B, and C as recommended by staff, and then add the addition that the city attorney move forward with bringing forward the potential of a legal challenge to the consent decree at a later date.
I would second that. If I could add one comment to this, though, as we look at other issues that may complicate moving forward completely with the project, is the fact, one thing I've learned in my life is not, we always heard, time is money. But what I realize more and more is more true than that is time is risk. And I know the longer I take to do a job, the more chance I'm going to go upside down. The longer it takes to make a decision and pull the trigger and get something done, the more all the volatility and variables in the world today become barriers and can really set us back. But I know doing nothing is not the right answer. That I know. And I believe that this is the right direction to go at this point with the oversight that we're all recommending.
Thank you. And Councilmember Campos, you had a clarification?
Yes, Councilmember McReynolds, the legal notice requirement is Part C. I think the moving forward would be A, B, and D.
Yeah, there's A, B, C, and D, and you left off D, so we wanted to make sure that that was in there.
Yeah, the full staff recommendation.
Full
is-
staff,
plus
in
item
addition to.
E, yes.
Okay.
Could we amend it to remove C? That's the part we need to really discuss. That's the part that can be kind of taking away some of the rights of the ratepayers. The way
I
it's.
apologize, I'm not willing to go there.
Yeah, okay.
As a second, I'm good with eliminating C.
He's not willing to go there.
Oh.
That's what he just said.
All right, well, I'm 50/50, so.
So are you fine with the current motion?
am.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If we can,
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
No.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
No.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
No.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
yes.
4 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation and for answering our questions. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on our agenda, we've got items for future agendas. This is a time on our agenda for items for future agendas under Government Code Section 54954.2A3. Council members may request that staff report back or place a matter of business on a future agenda. And these policy considerations must be submitted jointly by 2 council members to be considered. At this time, are there any requests this evening? No? No. Okay. Moving on to public communications. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any general public communications?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 speakers for general public comment. Our first speaker is David. Not sure if David is still here. David? David's pissed. Then our final speaker is Spencer Noren. Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes.
Go Dodgers. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Good evening. Someone could be recording the game, Mayor. Thank you, VPD. Translation, thank you. I want to start talking about the general plan coming up soon, please, and park designations. Chair, Vice Chair, we're having more dwellings coming. We're going to need more parks. Can we please find ways to get reinventive, to find ways to create parks in the city, please? We talk about the money that we're going to spend here. We talk about respect for our constituents, raising our quality of life, traffic, infrastructure. All these things are going to become more and more burdensome. Water rates. We got to give the city something. We got to give them something in return. And I believe Washington School, in collaboration with some other local private schools, and even more coordination, maybe with the San Buenaventura Housing Authority for a small part of land. I've shared a drawing with the majority of you, I can share it again this week, about finding a resolution to not letting Washington School be developed completely. Please, I'm asking in a big favor here. And also, Cemetery Park, a topic of that's coming up a lot more too lately, about saying the 3,500 graves are desecrated there, and how this can also be a stewardship for that. People are having 20, 30, 40 dogs run on top of buried people of our community. I don't think it's right, personally. And no, we're not going to solve that problem right away, and it's been a major problem for many years. But Washington School Park can be an alleviation of that. We can finally say no more dogs at Cemetery Park in respect for the bodies that they're ultimately going poop on. I mean, I hate to give that visual, but it's happening every day. I don't think it's right. And we have a way to solve, just like the decree did, right? To restoring the historical building, to building a new park in Midtown, to giving this community space. Not only that, furthermore, in this great general plan that we've been creating. So I want to come and speak about that and the recreation that creates, because you have Keith Jamal Wilkes, who ended up going on to the Lakers and being a Hall of Fame player, NBA championship. Those same kids are in our community now that can use that park space to develop and have Buena versus Ventura on Thursday night, water polo. Hope you can make it at Buena. You know, our Buena team is a top 25 team in the nation for water polo. It's just an example of things that we don't hear a lot about, certain things going on. Volleyball is doing great. Football is going tough. Ventura had a big win at Moore Park. Ventura is leading Channel League right now. Buena got beat by 50 to Ventura. This last week they beat Royal by 50. Another positive thing going on. But this is what recreation and open space means, not just in the middle of a street. And that's no pun intended. It's just a fact. I mean, that's focusing on open spaces with green spaces to have some relax and peace over all the stress you described tonight. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, any comments?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and adjourn our meeting. It's 9:13 p.m. Our next regular meeting is Tuesday, October 21st. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.